Okay, can you hear me now? That was weird. I had to reset my audio device on Streamlabs OBS. All right, how's it going? I'm not sure why I had to do that. Maybe it had something to do with how because I moved house recently and I had to set up all my equipment again. Maybe it reset or something when I plugged out my mixer. Just had to reset my audio in OBS. How's it going, everyone? Good to be here. So, for the next 16 plus hours, well, I'll be here for the next 11 or so hours. Then DRK will be finishing off the playthrough. But yeah, this will be a bit longer than MGS1. MGS2, when you do all the extra stuff, takes a while. I think our last one was like I think our last one was a record during the last marathon. We went over 20 hours anyway, which we don't usually do. I think usually we get to around like 18. Sometimes it'll go to 19, and I guess rarely it'll go past the 20-hour mark. But yeah, MGS2, let's get into it. Oh, I'll fix the timer. So good. I think someone was being generous with some bits there. Top Ramens with the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. Mr. Vanderveer as well. I'm not sure if that was during DRK's session at the very end or if it was at the start of mine. Thank you again for that gifted sub, regardless. So good, man. Aside from being just like a really epic intro, there's some cool details and bits of imagery going on as well. I really like how it displays the theme of the game with the flowing water and the different forms of information that gradually evolves into digital information where it gets faster and faster and faster until it drowns. Which kind of relates to what the president says later on when he talks about the world drowning in the coming flood of information. Some other cool details like the snake separating from its DNA strand, sort of symbolizing Snake's growth at the end of the first game into, you know, becoming his own person. Another cool detail here as well. Usually I don't let this happen, but of course, if you're playing on a new game, you don't see Raiden's face on the main menu. You just see Snake's. There's something kind of mysterious about the image as well, I think. You know, you're just kind of seeing their eyes and the top part of their face. Let's see. Before we get into the game, let's switch some of the options here. Love this menu theme as well. Very alien. Quick change previous, so we can do some fancy strats. Switching back and forth between weapons and items. That image of Rey there as well, to the right, I think that's almost identical to the image of Rey that you get when you complete all the VR missions. You know, in MGS VR missions, when you complete them all or when you get 100%, it flashes that image of Rey on the screen for a couple of seconds. I can't remember if it's that same image. I know it has like a red filter in VR missions, but I think it might be the same piece of art. New game. Tanker plant. We will do extreme like last time, just so we can show the ration calls, ration related Easter eggs. We'll leave the radar off for now. Not game over on site, so we can do a few Easter eggs that are only possible when you choose not game over on site. And dog tags doesn't really matter.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Our boy is right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? But give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, Are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. K-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
All right, here we go. Let me just check my Streamlabs again before we continue. Wexford with the $5 donation. Save Solidus. If only I could, Wexford. Cheers, man. And Vanderveer with the 100 bits as well. Thank you. All right. So here we are. It's impossible to overstate how impressive this was for many of us back in the day. If you played the demo as well, especially. The leap from PS1 to 2 technologically and graphically was just insane. If you look up the MGS2 reveal at E3 on YouTube, you'll just see the funniest thing, just the crowds in absolute awe of what they're seeing. This can't be possible. Kind of interesting that the tanker is called the Discovery, called back to MGS1, the ship, the sub that Snake was on, thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. Always makes me wonder if there's some subtext there. But yeah, the rain effects were just especially impressive. The rain on Snake's model, splashes on the camera, the rain on the windows up there. I think every now and then you'll see some splashes come over the top there as well. And gameplay-wise, there were just so many improvements over the first game. Like, even simple things, just like the movement. You know, one of the frustrating things about MGS1 was that you had to run at all times. You know, and it could be awkward getting up behind an enemy if you wanted to choke them out. You know, you'd accidentally bump into them and you'd get an alert. Things like that were a bit, you know, unpolished in MGS1. Or just sort of awkward, you know? Even just simple things like that were greatly improved on in this game. And then obviously, aiming in first person, the enemy AI just so much better. All the, like, the clearing that they do, the way they change their patrols and caution and evasion, and being able to hold them up, sticking them in lockers. So many big improvements. I'm gonna wait for this guy to move over to the left. See, look, now we can see those splashes. You gonna go back there? Thunder RNG. Yeah, very realistic thunder and lightning. Sometimes you'll have to wait a few minutes to see a lightning bolt. Sometimes you'll get them in quick succession. Which, of course, is what Raiden means. It literally translated, Raiden means thunder and lightning. So, foreshadowing. Raiden in the distance, looming. What do we have here? Some chaff. Look at those splashes. They look so good. And of course, when we go under here, the rain fades and we just get the fog blowing in. Really nice. Pentazemin. The Pentazemin is pretty interesting in this. It has absolutely no gameplay purpose on the tanker. But you can still pick them up. However, there may not be a gameplay purpose, but there is an Easter egg call related to them, which extends to another Easter egg call on the plant. Am I gonna get caught here?
Freeze. Huh? What are you?
Oh, tough guy.
Would you shoot a prisoner? Oh.
Okay. Let's drag this guy down. Another thing that's kind of interesting that's related to the weather and just the mood of the tanker. It's designed to imitate the mood of MGS1 and the colors as well. You know, the tanker is all about satisfying expectations and giving something to you that you sort of expect. And yeah, the feel of the tanker kind of ties in with that. The look, just like Shadow Moses, it's dark. We're playing at night. The greens and blues and the color palette. Which isn't something I really thought about until fairly recently when I saw an interview with Shinkawa where he was talking about it. But then once you hear it, it's like, man, that's so obvious. You know, with the big shell taking place during the day and how the Colonel mentions that unlike in VR training, you never had daylight VR training, right? So we have the tanker resembling Shadow Moses. Actually, let's go back around this way. Hey, what's up, Gil? How's it going? And Nirvana with the 3 months. Thank you. Paz with the 42 as well. It's been nearly 3.5 years. Where does the time go? Thank you so much, Paz. Good to have you. Sure, Gil. Feel free to send me a message on Discord. Am I going to get spotted here? I'm probably going to get spotted. Look at all these fancy little movements. Shit like this was just the coolest, you know? Even though it's a small little detail, just doing this little peek thing, it just felt so badass. You know, compared to the movement options that you had in MGS1. This guy's patrol route is pretty long. It's going to take him a while to come back here. I think I'll wait for him to come back, though. Yeah, here he is. Alwix with the 100 bits. Thank you.
Freeze.
Mo! Man, these water effects still look so good. Ooh. Alright, will we kick him over? Oh, how? And of course, I put him to sleep because I put a trank dart in him by mistake. Alright, we'll let him just chill there for a second. I forget how long they stay asleep for on Extreme.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
Really reminds me of the call at the start of the plant when you interact with the sub and call the colonel. He says something very similar. You won't be able to use it, or, you know, it doesn't pose any threat. So another thing to take note of when it comes to certain things that are lining up with expectations or resembling what we know from MGS1, the codec screen here. This is a subtle little thing that changes when we get to the plant. If you look at how like the signal bars are shaped, it's just like the codec screen in MGS1. Just kind of naturally flows up. But when we get to the plant chapter, it'll be slightly different. The codec screen won't look the same. Same with the game over screen. Which of course turns into a mission failed screen. I really want to kick this guy over the edge. Three minutes on hard and extreme. Really dim. Wow. 40 seconds on European extreme. Yeah, that sounds about right. Mo! Right, let's try this again. What? How did he end up over there? Alright, let's try it again. Okay. Alright, try it again. First person this time. What? What the hell? And now he's fucking knocked out again. What an asshole. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. Oh, at least that doesn't take long.
Freeze.
Mo! Sometimes this will take me like twice. It'll take me 2 times. But I think that's kind of an awkward angle.
Freeze.
No, don't even think about it. Right, not so close to the rail this time. No, that doesn't feel right. Nice! I shot him by mistake again. Love how we get a little scene for it. Smacks against the camera. Alright, success. Go back. So, Arch of Tyranny with the 69 months. Thank you. Oh, there he is.
Freeze.
Alright, I guess we'll dump this guy as well. We don't really need to, but why not? Cool detail that we'll miss out on playing the HD collection is the photographs. You know, after the President Johnson scene on the plant, when Snake is telling Raiden about what happened on the tanker and how photographs were taken by the Cypher and uploaded to the internet. If you dump bodies like this here, you should see photographs of Snake dumping bodies. The photographs that you see during that scene should replicate actions that you actually took as a player on the tanker. And that's what happens in the original version. However, on the HD collection, it's something that they fucked up because you just get standard default pictures. Although, I think there is a way to get around it. Does it actually work on this digital version? I remember before, I'm pretty sure a few playthroughs ago, I noticed that it actually did take the photographs correctly. Or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Or I think it's just that the pictures will change if you play plant only or something like that. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I can't really remember.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
All right. Another thing to take note of as well, in comparison to the plant sequence and the beginning of the plant sequence, the game treats you with a lot more respect with regards to letting you play the game and telling you controls and things like that. If you just hang around like this doing nothing at the start of the plant sequence, the colonel will call you and tell you to hurry your ass up. But on the tanker, you know, Snake and Otacon are on the same page. They're on the same wavelength. Which is not what happens with Raiden and the colonel. You know, you are beneath everyone as Raiden. Even Otacon takes the piss out of you and calls you a stubborn, simple-minded fool, you know? It's just interesting to contrast Snake and Otacon to the Colonel and Raiden, I think. And yeah, you know, the Colonel teaching you the basics, how to knock on walls and shit like that. All right, we're inside.
Freeze.
I wish I just let him go now. Oh, I wonder, do we start the game with a cold on Extreme? Probably. On European Extreme, you start the game with a cold, which can be a pain in the ass. However, if you keep moving, Snake will never sneeze. That's the trick. Of course, you can take medicine as well, but yeah, he'll only ever sneeze if you're stationary. Let's stick him in there.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Classic. Hey, bye Toot, or however I pronounced your name. Thank you very much for the resub. For the 17. And Jake with the 3 months as well. Cheers. Thank you so much for playing. You mentioned the MGS1 inspired look. It's also very early 2000s Matrix. Almost a green tint over what we're watching. Yeah. I reckon that might be more of a coincidence, given that MGS1 also had that same color palette. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Kojima also took some inspiration. Funnily enough, Dead Cell were originally going to have sunglasses. and they decided against it because they thought people would compare it to the Matrix too much. And I'm not sure if the idea was, I don't think the idea was intended to be a Matrix reference. So that'd be another interesting coincidence. Although maybe it was. I can't exactly remember what they said about it now. But yeah, originally Dead Cell were going to wear sunglasses. And you can still get those sorts of sunglasses as an Easter egg item for Snake. You know, if you play on NG+, Snake will have the sunglasses, and Raiden will have those big goofy glasses.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
Is that the same sunglasses Snake can get in the game? Probably. I would say that the glasses were gonna look like that. Most likely. Maybe there's still some concept art where Dead Cell characters are wearing the glasses. I'm not sure. Imagine Fortune coming out wearing the sunglasses, playing the actual saxophone, playing her theme on the sax. That would have been the best. This poster. Okay. I guess we'll take a picture as well.
Good.
Good. Alright, you're gonna wake up straight away. Oh, you're not. Yeah, of course. It's, what is it, 3 minutes? We'll carry him outside. Ooh.
Snake, get yourself out of sight now. Enemy search parties are on the way. It's a clearing. These aren't sentries you're dealing with. They're searching for you, and they know you don't want to be found. You can't make some feeble attempt at concealment. Make sure you're completely hidden in some place they wouldn't think of searching. Move!
What? They didn't do the thing! I know I did something wrong. I remember doing this before, but I can't think of what it is. I think I might let them kill me here, because it might not be possible to do it if I reload the area, just to be safe.
Stop kidding around. Snake? Snake!
I think it's because that locker door was open. I think it has to be very precise. Okay, let's try it again.
Stop.
Yeah, here we go.
Move!
There it is. I love the last guy. He has to have another quick look. Just one more cheeky look. So we have, what, 3 Easter eggs related to this one locker? Not the 2 of them. I guess 2 of them don't have to be related to this exact locker. Alright, let's chill. The AP sensor. Sensor detecting life forms. Vibrates on enemy approach. All other vibrations will be off when sensor is activated. So the controller vibrates here. To let me know how close the enemy is. If they're really close, it vibrates really fast. So kind of crucial here. Oh, seeing as though I don't have a radar. Not really sure where he is. I have to use the sensor. Yeah.
Freeze.
Do you want to save, Snake?
I understand.
I understand.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
So these calls with Otacon are pretty absurd. He tries to play the role of Mei Ling, but fails miserably, coming up with all sorts of ridiculous quotes. And they get pretty insane later on. He starts talking about UFOs and all sorts of stuff. Again, it's another thing that I think is supposed to be sort of cheekily playing into what the tanker is, you know, just a big ruse, a big lie, essentially. Otacon trying to feed you all this bullshit information and passing it off as if it's actually true. And if we do every single one of these save calls, we get a pretty cool secret at the end. The Ragged Shrew, how's it going? Let's call Otacon again, just normally this time.
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling are steam conduits. They're thin enough to penetrate with gunfire. Don't touch the steam. One of those blasts from the hole will burn your skin off. You may be able to use it as a trap of some sort, though.
Pretty cool.
What you're wielding right...
So there are a couple of interesting story-related calls here with Otacon, but we might have to dig through a few tutorial calls to get to them. The very first mention of the Patriots is in one of these optional calls, which is pretty cool.
You have pentazamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive-compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
Pretty interesting. You know, implying that, oh yeah, you'll be getting that PSG-1. Don't worry, that's gonna happen, right? Because of course that's what you expect. But no, not at all. The Pentazamine, completely useless gameplay-wise on the tanker. Just another part of the deception. Let's take the Pentazamine.
Otacon, I took the pentazamine and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is. Alright, we'll get a continuation of that on the plant later if we take Pentazamine as Raiden and call Snake. He'll reference this call. There are a few details like that in this game where you have like Easter eggs within Easter eggs, or like certain optional calls will unlock other optional calls later on. This game is pretty insane when it comes to Easter eggs and little touches like that. Actually, let's keep calling Otacon.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed.
Right.
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a...
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Foxy?
As soon as you're spotted by an enemy soldier...
I see.
According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on.
Saladin as well, thank you for the 7 months. Cheers.
Push the action button near a scalable railing to hang off the other side. This is called hanging.
That's right.
Hanging?
If it's about waist high...
Yeah. There's one more call I want to get.
Change to first-person view with a weapon.
That's right.
The Metal Gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
There it is. I always love when they reveal things like that in optional calls. You know, before you actually learn through the mandatory story. Like in MGS3, after you rescue Sokolov, you call Zero, you can learn about Granin and Volgin and even see pictures of them. Alright, let's keep going. Actually, let's do one more save call, because we have a lot of these to get through.
Time to save?
No doubt about it.
Okay. There's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
Sounds so sure of himself there. I do, Snake. Like, really believing wholeheartedly in what he's saying. I do, Snake. Alright, let's keep going. Take him out. Wait for this guy to come back. Gonna see the body. So I have a few minutes to actually play around here. This can be a bit of a pain on European Extreme if you want to show all the details. They only stay asleep for 40 seconds. Do a little touch here. If we look at the TV, we can see that the image is of the ray holds. That balcony.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise, and maybe give a little presentation.
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs.
Anything else?
Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission!
No way.
Ooh, I thought I heard someone come up there. And of course, the most legendary thing on the tanker, ice cubes. But not regular, not just regular old ice cubes. Ice cubes that melt. Look, chat. Oh my god. Behold! The power of the PlayStation 2. Yeah, they just get smaller and smaller until they eventually disappear. No water animation or like leaking texture on the table though. Disappointing. Could be better. Individually modeled bottles as well, which we don't see later on in the series. You shoot it at the bottom, it breaks at the bottom. You shoot it at the top, it breaks at the top. Try doing that with an MGS4 bottle or an MGS5 bottle. Magnificent. These guys are gonna wake up soon. Oh, he heard that. Impressive. So this guy is kind of unique. If we look closely at him, look at all those flies. What's the deal with the flies? Ah, so it's the ration. And if we pick up the ration, the flies will follow us. You know, I can't remember if this affects... I'm not used to playing on extreme. We've only recently started playing on extreme again for these marathons, just so we can show things like this. And you know, because on European extreme you can't even pick up rations, and there are codec calls and certain things related to them. So yeah, that's why we're playing on extreme again, just so we can see the rations. But yeah, we pick up the rotten ration, and it's the flies follow us around. But I don't think it affects gameplay. Like, I don't think the enemy will be able to smell us or anything. And when we move on to the next screen, I think they just disappear completely.
That must be the crew lounge. The tanker's crewmen would relax here when they're off shift. There's a lot of stuff there. Make sure you don't move it around too much. Someone may notice that it's been tampered with. Leave no traces. That's common sense when infiltrating a target, right?
Yep. Anything else, Otacon?
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top left.
Right.
When you're flattened against a surface behind a corner, you're in corner view. You'll be able to survey the area without exposing yourself. The corner view lets you...
I think the enemies can use the flies to track you. The flies move more slowly, so they can follow the flies if they see them. That's true, Wexford. Yeah, they have to catch up to you when you move, don't they? Yeah. Let's try it out. Oh shit. I thought I heard someone wake up. Ah, fuck. I saw the bottles. What a mess. Alright, let's just wait for them to go back to their usual patterns. So we want them to see the flies, but not us. With their extreme mode vision, this might be hard to pull off. Fuck. If I had a radar, it'd probably be a bit easier. Alright. Just kill me.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Okay, I'm gonna grab the ration, but then I think we'll just proceed. Ooh, hello.
I got you. Send reinforcements.
Ooh, that's a cool camera angle. I don't have any cardboard box or anything. Turn back.
Return to your positions.
Oh!
Backup team is on its way to the
Hold him up, please.
freeze. More!
Mo!
Please don't. Please don't.
There it is. Brandon M. Randall. Oh yeah, someone was asking about the tags earlier. At the start, you know, what's the difference between 2001 and 2002 tags? Those are for the different versions of the game. You know, there was Sons of Liberty in 2001 and Substance in 2002. And I forget exactly what the deal was with this, but you could apply on the Konami website to have your name written on the dog tags in the game. So there are different names for the different versions of the game, basically. Kickstarter backers.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Let's see. Right. Okay, right. Let's see if we can do this. Get him to see the flies. But not Snake. We're gonna have to be so precise with how we time it. So he turns here. Stays there for like 2 seconds. So right before he turns, I want to jump out just so he'll see the flies when he turns. Fuck! I think he just saw me there. Ah! Fuck. Okay, screw this. Let's just keep going. Four rounds. Oh, we are on extreme, so maybe we'll get some ammo from these guys. Actually, I know. But yeah, unfortunately, when we move on to this screen, the flies are gone. I wonder if that might be an issue with the HD collection. Might have to test that on the PS2 version. Sinister Clicker with the $10. Relatively new here, but love this community and everything you guys do. Hey, cheers, man. I'm glad. It's good to have you. Much appreciated. There is one fly there, yeah. Yeah. Is he still there? He's there. Rogies with the 66 months. Thank you. Okay, we have one fly. Oh, hello.
Freeze.
That's it. USP rounds. Fuck. Whew. Look at this PS2 tech. Unfortunately, there aren't too many parts of the game where you need to worry about your shadow. Yeah, look, you can see the flies here. That's weird that they just aren't as pronounced here. But yeah, you rarely need to take your shadow into account. Or the enemy's shadow, for that matter. You're not allowed to come here. Those aren't the rules. I actually remember that now. He goes upstairs. He goes upstairs. Even though he should only really go to the point at where the sound was made. But it's because the object is, like, elevated. It registers that it's coming from up here or something. It's weird. Chaff. Boom. You know, I'm not used to having no ammo here. But I think we'll survive. Just about. Let's save.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
I understand.
Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
The wordplay here. What do genes have to do with nature and order? Didn't you play MGS1, Snake?
Snake, those pipes you see along the wall and ceiling are steam conduits. They're thin enough to penetrate with gunfire.
Isn't that the same proverb Mei Ling uses correctly before the Outer Haven mission in 4? No. These are all just nonsense proverbs. Mei Ling doesn't say any of these.
So, you've got rations now. These are military food supplies and allow you to recover some life with use. If it is equipped in advance, the ration will automatically be used and life will be regained when you receive damage. You can select it in the window and push the confirmation button to use the item on the spot. Rations were designed to be carried and eaten on the field. They're all about functionality and calories. They use special freeze-drying methods developed by the NROC. They're compact, portable, and last for weeks.
Well, Mei Ling has a few different quotes in 4.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find...
I see.
When you're flattened against...
Could be.
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life?
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe. Push the L2 or R2 button.
I'll get right on.
Okay, I think that's all I want for now.
Move the right stick.
I understand.
If you have a weapon selected while in corner view.
Yeah! Okay. Ooh, M9 ammo. Beautiful.
Secure the perimeter.
Understood. Backup squad to take deep guard at the galley area.
Right, Seth. I didn't mean to say that they had no basis in reality or anything, but yeah, just that Otacon's talking out his ass. The one about pre-ripped jeans is especially interesting, I think, because it really feels like it's commenting on the game. People who wanted to, what he says about people wanting new jeans that just looked old. Really? Hold on, let's just chill here, even after the caution. Because another guy should come in here.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Snake, that's the pantry where they keep the food supplies. Huh. Lots of cardboard boxes. You could probably use one to blend in and avoid being discovered. Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either, and I recommend you keep it dry.
One of the worst box calls in the series. What the hell was that, Otacon? What kind of bullshit was that? We get some good box calls on the plant, though, thankfully. That was an embarrassment to all box calls.
Who's that?
You bitch!
Who's that?
Enemy down. Requesting backup unit.
Defend the stairs at all costs. Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck C. Secure the stairs.
I love how this plays around with the pressure sensitivity when you're in a locker. Like, if you mash down on R1, you'll smack your head into the locker, which makes sound, which will alert the enemy. But if you're really careful with it, you can peek up like this. Get right up close and look out. See, that's what happens if you just mash it. I'm gonna get caught, but I thought I'd show it off anyway. Oh, you asshole. Yeah, here he comes.
Understood. Backup unit, you're wanted at the stairs on deck C. Stop the enemy from getting any further.
Oh, shit. He was right there. Should be safe here.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck C. Secure the stairs.
AJN, thank you for gifting the sub to Also Hal. I'm just gonna chill, wait for the caution to die down.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Yeah.
Hey, Snake, what's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time, get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
Going round in a loop.
Attack team, withdraw and regroup.
Okay, we good? Oh.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
Probably gonna get caught. Yeah. But it's okay.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Love the music here. So who do we have here? Love how if we strafe here, we can get a pretty decent look. But her face is still covered. Talking on the radio. And in the script for the game, if you read the actual script, besides Snake's little grunt there in brackets, it says, Snake thinks of Meryl when he sees Olga outside here. And in the Japanese version of the game, she has Meryl's voice actor, which gives off a pretty different vibe in this scene, in this next scene. Because it's kind of like an inversion of what happens outside of the cell in MGS1, the standoff between Snake and Meryl. You know, where Snake is calling her a rookie and all that. And here with Olga, if you're playing the Japanese version, you hear her, I guess you hear her voice before you see her face as well, which kind of might add to just the mysterious nature of, like, wait a second, that voice, that can't be Meryl, can it? Obviously, it's not Meryl, but yeah. It kind of has a sort of surreal sort of quality in Japanese, I think. And also with how it sort of turns that scene on its head from MGS1, where you have this standoff, but both people are very capable, you know? Olga is quite experienced. But yeah, pretty interesting. We'll be talking about the Japanese version of the game quite a bit throughout this playthrough, because there are certain things that just didn't really get translated too well in the English versions. And that's one of them.
Shalashaska has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Here we go.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life.
Okay, let's see if we can get her to laugh.
Everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one.
This can be
nothing
kind of
except
tricky.
the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Oh.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Oh, first try. That is rare. I'm not sure if you were here last time when I was trying this. I swear we did it like 20 or 30 times and she wouldn't laugh. Again. Sick. 2 in a row.
What do you think I am?
Nice timing.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
So there's Olga's laugh. If you haven't heard that before.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my... We've shared everything. All the bad and all the...
Oh.
I have no one. Nothing except the unit.
What?
Nothing else matters.
That scared me.
Cipher? Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know. I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like Little Angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Damn. Meryl just flushed down the toilet in this game. You know, they could have made her a part of philanthropy or something. You know, just have her, you know, she's just doing work for the group behind the scenes. Why does Meryl get brushed under the rug in this?
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Sorry. Ooh, the reflections here look nice, even if they're not legit reflections. Cool thing as well about the environment here. These are the panels that are connected to the sensors and Semtex. You look here, that's what she's actually hiding behind. Very easy to miss, even though it sort of stands out here, but I think a lot of people miss it or they just don't really pay attention to it. And then of course you have the things here laid about, which she was talking about on the radio to Gralukovic. Pretty cool. Someone in chat also mentioned another pretty interesting parallel between Meryl and Olga, in that they're both daughters of the commander, the commanding officer of the mission, just from the enemy's perspective this time. Gil, you also mentioned that originally her design was going to be even closer to Meryl's. If you looked at the concept art, I remember looking at the concept art before, but I can't actually remember right now. But that's interesting. Alright, let's climb up here. And we get some thermals. Visualizes heat source distribution, allows one to see in the dark. Claymores can be seen when used.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember? Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right?
No doubt about it.
Yes, I know that, Otacon.
You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time.
Oh!
By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time? Oh my god. This game was 60 FPS on PS2 as well. Alright. Actually, wait. No. We gotta stop. Just for a minute, just to see if we can see any lightning. Sometimes you have to wait forever. But this is kind of one of my rituals. We have to stop here every time. Sometimes you'll only get little flashes as well, but sometimes you'll get a big one. Ride blooming. I shouldn't be glancing at the chat here as well, because I'll probably miss it. Any second now. Ha! The game starts in New York and ends in New York, interesting enough. Ooh, there's a flash. The real interesting thing about that is that it begins on the George Washington Bridge and ends at the George Washington statue. Okay, we got one small flash. Come on, we need a bigger one than that. Okay, one more minute. This is exciting stuff. How could I not be excited about this? Come on. Give me a big flash. I'm getting frustrated, but I'm not going to stop. Come on. Big flash. Let's go. Any second now. All right. Within the next 10 seconds, we're going to get a big flash. I can sense it. 10, 9, 8, 7. Oh! 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. No! Come on, game! No! We're not getting good luck today with the lightning. Jesus. We're getting a lot of high flashes today. See that little flash up there? Okay. 20 seconds. And then we're going, okay? 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I can't give up. We can't just stop now. We've come so far. We need one really big flash before we go, don't we? One really big lightning bolt. Ah! I like it. The shame of climbing down that ladder, you know? After spending all this time. Oh! Okay, it wasn't like a huge one, but I think I'll take it. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Right, let's wait another 10 seconds. Sometimes we'll get a couple in quick succession. Okay, I'm happy with that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I'm happy with that.
Freeze.
Get a wet box. I don't think Otacon has any call for the wet box.
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down.
No doubt about it.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
That's right.
The Chinese have a saying. Those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept. So make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh. Disgusted. Someone was asking about this flag. You know, I'm not really sure how this flag relates to the game symbolically. It's the phi symbol from the Greek alphabet, which is also used as some kind of mathematical symbol as well. I never really looked into it. I've always been intrigued by it, but I'm not actually sure what it means in relation to this game. Kind of makes me think of the whole Lally Lule Lo thing and how that plays around with the Japanese alphabet and certain sounds that don't exist in it. But I'm really not sure. Okay, before we continue, I want to get a few more calls with Otacom. These ones can be a bit of a pain. Trigger.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. Bodies can be moved to another location by dragging. First, make sure no weapon is selected. Then push the weapon button.
Yeah.
I recommend you hide the enemy.
All right.
You can also hide the enemy's body in a locker.
Yep. He has a call about Gerlukovich and a call about the cipher.
Snake, if you...
That's what I'm trying to get now, but we have to dig through a lot of these calls to get them sometimes.
If your life gauge...
That's right.
Snake, the M9's anesthetic rounds have different...
Right.
Aim the gun and push the...
My thoughts exactly. Come on, man.
Push the crawl button.
You gotta be joking.
Come on. Give me the Gerlukovich call.
If you tilt the left...
Not in a million years.
Give me the cipher call then.
You can hold someone at...
You gotta be joking.
The cipher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall, but I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Ciphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Alright, now Gerlukovich.
You can aim the handgun.
Not in a million years.
Ah!
These aren't sentries you're dealing with. They're searching.
Not in a million years.
Whenever you see an item...
Not in a million years.
I want him to do the grunt again.
Snake, when I have something...
No way.
You'll be less like...
You gotta be joking.
Snake, in some...
Not in a million years.
Jesus. Being stubborn today.
Don't break things.
Don't... Oh, I spoke over it.
Even if you success...
No way.
If you're spotted...
What
No
the
way.
fuck, man?
The handgun ammunition...
This is crazy.
Snake,
I'll get right on
How
it.
many fucking calls?
didn't think Gerlukovich was involved.
Thank
of
you.
all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Very good.
Do you want to save, Snake?
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
I love that one. Is this not European Extreme? No, it's Extreme. There are certain calls and Easter eggs that we can't do on European Extreme. Ooh, went for the freeze there, but didn't get him. Yeah, the game is just a bit better balanced on Extreme as well. It makes the Tengus a lot more enjoyable at the end. You know, you can actually play the game normally when you're fighting the Tengus on this difficulty, which is something you can't really do on European Extreme. You know, just going out with the sword is such a risk on European Extreme. Still pretty tough on Extreme, but yeah, it's not as silly. Flip him over.
Time to save?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like in terms of calls, it's only really the ration call. But yeah, just in general, I think the game is a bit better balanced.
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, oh, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means, that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
The way he went, kind of mustering up the courage. Oh. Fuck, I'm gonna get caught here. You missed the ice cubes. You missed the bottles.
Raven?
Oh my god. It can't be.
Snake, that shadow, it's
him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
What are you talking about, Snake? You're not serious, are you? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Why are you being so weird about it? So this was another thing that was shown in trailers before the game came out. And of course, it's all a ruse, all a deception. More ammo.
Good.
The arcade had this shoot for so long that the game bugged? Really? What happened? Eventually, the little pellets disappear, I think. The game just started to lag. The game bugged. I mean, yeah, but in what way? I'm asking. You can see them disappear now. Those ones over there.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Right on it.
There's no call about Raven, no. Only that initial call.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Well, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
We'll get something related to this picture later on when we upload the pictures at the end of the tanker. Love how he hears it right before he gets hit, huh?
There's somebody there.
What? I'm surprised he saw me there. I didn't think he could see me from that angle.
Freeze.
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Oh, he woke up already. Wow.
Understood. Assigning all personnel to the starboard entrance to the engine room.
Ah. About a lamp dump. More proverbs, Otacon.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
That's what I need in a time like this.
You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city.
So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
You idiot, Otacon. Wait, what? The game froze. I'm pretty sure the game froze. Controller's fine. I can't, too many pellets. I don't think so, but I can't get out of this screen. Well, we just saved anyway, at least. Find a door. That's what I really needed to do. Exit the codec screen that I wasn't able to exit and find a door. Well, that's a first. Did I try pressing select? No. No, I didn't. Okay, let's hope that doesn't ever happen again. Okay, I'm just gonna kill this guy.
Freeze. Freeze.
Now, I want to level up Snake's grip here. And that can take a while, so I want to make sure the whole area has been cleared before I do that.
Freeze.
Okay. Actually, just in case I fuck this up. And it's kind of easy to fuck it up. Let's reload the area so we don't have to kill these guys again. I think there is a way to do 3 in 1 here, but it might actually be faster to just do it like this. So we can do pull-ups like this to upgrade our grip. And I forget how many we need to do to level it up, but it's faster if we just drop down like this. 100? Yeah, and I think each drop down counts as 10 pull-ups. Something like that. Yeah. Again, it's not something that we'll really need, but just to show it off. It doesn't carry over to riding, no. But you can level up your grip with riding as well. And the only area that has a drop down, I think, is strut D. So you're better off doing it in strut D. Hey, there we go.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
You might recognize that line. Congrats, Snake. It's what he says in VR. Okay, 10 more for level 3. It's to get to secret areas in the final area, yeah. And I'm not sure if it's been so long since I've done a dog tag run. But you need the higher levels, from what I remember, to get to certain parts of the map where certain guards are to get their tags. I don't think you need a level 3. I think a full health bar and level 2 is enough to get all the tags, but I can't remember exactly. Your health bar also affects your grip gauge. If you're really low on health, it will drain much quicker. Oh, I can't remember how many dog tags there are in total, but there are different tags for each difficulty of the game, so there are loads and loads of tags. Apart from European Extreme, there are no tags in European Extreme. But yeah, aside from European Extreme, every single guard in the game has a tag on every difficulty. Hey! Was that the last one? I wasn't even paying attention. Maybe we got it before that one. There we are, level 3. We don't get a special call for it, unfortunately. But there we go.
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest.
Gotcha.
Why is it called European Extreme? When MGS2 was released originally, it was delayed in Europe. We had to wait a few extra months for the game. And as a sort of apology, I think, they included that extra difficulty. And then when the game re-released as Substance, everybody got to play the difficulty. It was on every version. And it's the same with Subsistence. Subsistence, you know, the original MGS3 only had European Extreme in Europe, and then for Subsistence, it was added to all versions. Wasn't it because it came out at around the same time as 9/11? Well, I'm not sure what you're asking. Was that the reason for the delay? No, I don't think so. Again, MGS3 was delayed as well. Or no, it wasn't so much that it was delayed, it was just how things were done. That, like, I think a lot of games were like that back in the day, where it would just have a later release date in Europe for whatever reason. But yeah, it wasn't just exclusive to MGS2. Do I still have... Oh! Yeah, I forgot about that. If you reload, if you reopen the game, you quit the game and come back, your photographs will be gone. That sucks.
Good.
It's not that big of a deal, though. Yeah, it's okay. What engine does this game use? I don't think there's a known name for it. Just an in-house engine that they had. Alright, with our fancy Grip 3. Let's move over to the other side here. Oh, this guy. Oh! I had to do it. Look at the amount of health that took away. Oh my god. You know, I'm not sure if I want to keep going now. The guard rush is going to be pretty challenging. I'm not going to be allowed to take any hits, I don't think. But, fuck it, I guess we'll keep going. Well, on extreme, maybe I'll be able to take one. I don't know. Let's crouch and regen a little bit. Oh, we'll see.
Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine.
Oh, hey, I have a ration.
The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
Of course. I'm just not used to it, you know? Even though we've spoken about it so many times, I'm conditioned, you know? Kind of fitting, considering the theme of this game. Being controlled by my previous experiences. Okay. I'm a little bit scared. Look at how good this game looks. So sleek. You son of a bitch!
I got him. Send reinforcements.
Why did I do that? I knew he was gonna come down. I just got greedy. Oh!
Snake, what's wrong? Snake? Snake!
fuck. Okay, let's get... Oh, yeah, of course. You do get a checkpoint here. Very rare for that to happen. You know, usually the game will have to load into a new area before you get a checkpoint. But not with the engine room. Or with this part of the engine room. Okay. Let's get that health back.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Okay, another picture I want to grab here.
Good.
Oh, actually, there's one more picture as well, and one more Easter egg. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but that was cool. Did I get him before he pressed the button on his radio? I did. Nice. Okay. I want to get one more picture down here.
Good.
And for some reason, when you shoot this picture, it explodes and you get an alert. Why? Who knows? Scared. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, let's just chill. Down.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Okay. Otacon, I could use some proverbs.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, see you, Snake.
Oh, that's the last one for now. We have to move on to the next area before we unlock more. Okay, I'm not sure where this guy is. Okay, when he turns, I guess I'll head over to him. Are you fucking serious?
Who's there?
Scary. Yeah, he just turns and stays there for a second.
Freeze.
No! Too good for saving. Well, saving doesn't really help me. If you die, you have to start from the last checkpoint, not from where you saved. You only really need to save in these games when you're stopping. You know, when you're turning the game off. Because it has a checkpoint system that's separated from the save system. Okay. Let's keep going.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
What?
Look at the walls on both sides of the hall.
I see something. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Okay. So there are a few ways to see the lasers here. With thermals, cigarettes, the old classic. Or the flower at the very back of the room. Like that. There we go.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
That's Volgan's VA, yeah. Oh, hello. The European demo ended there. Yeah.
What? Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
I'm pretty sure I had this happen during my first playthrough.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
But yeah, pretty easy to miss as well. Yeah, I reckon a lot of people do hide there, though. You know, you see the guard come down. You might naturally think to just hide in that room instead of shoot him.
Freeze.
Lots of people slacking here. This guy's sleeping as well. Gotta be careful about this guy, though.
Nothing to report.
He does wake up every now and then. I love that animation.
Nothing to report.
But yeah, if you walk across him while he sort of wakes up there, he'll see you. Like there. That's when he's awake. Just for that split second.
To report.
Let's get another call.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
But yeah, I think the US demo for this game ended after you beat Olga. But the European demo ended right before this sequence. When you open the doors after destroying the Semtex.
Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
Thank you, Otacon.
We have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control. Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the halls have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the halls until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna try to be really careful here. Nice. Oh! Beautiful.
Who goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into U.S. military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
We initiated development of...
All right, SSJ with the 62 months. Thank you. And let me just see here, making sure I'm just not missing anyone. Conkers with the 6. Semper Non Sequitur with the 2. Draconian Firing Squad with the 25. Cheers, everyone. Much appreciated. Okay.
Metal Gear Ray
what are we doing?
Countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course,
I can get more ammo back here, can't I? I don't think I really need it, but yeah.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Is it true that there's a VR crystal on the ceiling in one of the holes in this game? I don't believe so. I think you're thinking of Twin Snakes.
The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers...
Cool touch here. You know, normally you would crawl underneath the projector here, so you don't cross over the light and get their attention.
With submarine and air background.
But if you look at it, it kind of ascends. So if we're up close to these guys, up to their backs, we can actually walk underneath it. Except I fucked it up. Well, you saw me do it the first time, right? Wow, that shows how close you have to be. That's crazy. I can do it when I just run straight through, but when I actually try to precisely position myself... When I try to precisely position myself, I fuck it up.
We initiated development,
but yeah, pretty cool little touch.
Countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained.
Flaming Knight with the Tier 1 sub, thank you.
Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
So there we go. See, you have to be really up close.
With the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of
what am I doing?
Carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray.
Do you want to save, Snake?
We'll have fun with the rolls later on. Click and smash.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, "Scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts." See, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight.
The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass.
Snake, the tankers... Snake, take those pictures.
I'm trying to get negative reactions from Snake, but he's not doing anything.
You absolutely can't.
What the hell? The reactions aren't working.
The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear.
Especially those with submarine and air background.
Otacon will also comment on Dolph's speech as well, once it gets to a certain part of it.
Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think.
Just gonna chill here for a sec.
Please bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force would think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Well, maybe we got to it, actually.
So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
Pretty interesting, because this is all foreshadowing Arsenal Gear, which is classed as a Navy project.
The shift in the balance of...
And all those mass-produced rays that you see at the end with the Navy logo.
Shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development.
This is another thing that bugs out on the HD collection, where it just won't register for some reason.
To the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
But it doesn't matter, we'll still be able to get the ghost pictures with Ocelot.
Such a policy are attempting to derail our own raid project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to metal gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
Classic top 10 Easter egg right there. Maybe top 5. So
we
good.
initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind
Yeah, they grab their guns. Yeah, they're pissed.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear.
Good.
There we go.
Rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy
we do have level 3 after all.
There's a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Oh, we don't have much health though. Oh shit, are we gonna make it? I don't think we're gonna make it.
To the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen.
Shit. There is that wire there that we can drop down through though, isn't there?
This weapon
okay, I'm not gonna make
all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
I don't know where I'm going.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project.
I think I probably missed another wire.
But it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy. Theirs is a program that...
Hey, what's up?
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
We initiated development.
Let's use the ration this time.
As a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Still not full health though.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind
I could barely see that wire underneath me.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment,
entire Twitch
every
chat.
industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say
let me just take out my camera here.
The importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer.
I have no idea what my plan is here.
Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. The Marine Corps will play a central role in its military affairs.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Worth it. Still worth it.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation.
Did he died? I think so.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment,
wait for this guy to go back around.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft...
We'll get a... Is there a reason for the guy who has no trousers? Yeah, you'll see. You'll see in a few minutes.
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building
that was
their
a close
own
one.
Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Do you want to save, Snake?
For some reason, Snake's reactions aren't working anymore. I hope they're not fucked on the plant as well. We might have to reload again.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
This is where they start to get really insane.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role.
Okay, before we continue, I want to show one thing
Ours
here.
is not the only military project,
but it'll take a couple of minutes.
But it cannot be more different.
We're just going to sit here and listen to Dolph's speech.
There's a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
But stay tuned to the screen, because after a couple of minutes, you'll see the Gerlukovich soldiers run in up on the balcony.
But I promise you that they will not succeed.
So just stay glued to the screen and you should see the Gerlukovich soldiers eventually. Really cool detail.
This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Oh! I didn't think I'd get spotted there. Okay. Let's hide in the box next time.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
I thought I was safe there.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, And it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows...
I'm sure I got caught doing that before, I just forgot.
Yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Although it's weird, I usually stop here to wait for the Galukovich soldiers. Maybe there's some degree of RNG, I don't know. Maybe the soldiers don't always move in the same way there.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is...
Alright, Otacon, keep these proverbs coming.
Time to save? Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! Ah! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know that Otacon's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake. Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
I love the that sound he makes.
Vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes
so there's Mei Ling.
Than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
What happens after they hang up there, I wonder?
This
Mei Ling gives them a spanking.
All other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
Hey, we actually have a pretty good view here.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order.
But yeah, keep your eyes glued to the screen, and eventually we'll see the Galukovich soldiers run in.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Okay, let's not make the same mistake this time.
Right. Down.
Oh, he isn't telling them to loosen up. Okay.
Left.
Are you serious? Cardboard boxes aren't cool? I didn't think they'd give a shit about a box over here. Okay, we might still be able to get out of this.
Right.
You fucking asshole.
Front. Up. Right.
Freeze.
Fuck you.
To move on, I have a daughter. And it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear...
Right, what am I going to do about this asshole, though? We'll just keep him here, I guess.
As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline.
I'm not sure when they arrive. I think it's at around the 2-minute mark.
Information distribution system.
Although maybe it's a bit before.
Unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon.
No, I think we'll see them pretty soon.
I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
How did he see the box? I guess he was just in the perfect location. And when he told him to turn left, his head was just looking straight at the box. Shit.
We have intelligence that there are...
Oh, they're gonna see this fucking guy. Okay.
Terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the right! Intruder to the left! Intruder to the right!
No one's gonna see him?
Intruder to the left!
Maybe they won't do anything while they're in this phase.
Should that actually happen, I expect you to be prepared. We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times. Getting back to the topic at hand.
Okay.
George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason
I hope we didn't miss it. I don't think we missed it.
Development of Metal Gear Rex and next generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up costed his influence in the political community. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in.
Okay, we should see them now.
Specific interests within the military.
Any second now, we'll see them run in up on the balcony.
To flush out
there,
and rid
see?
Our country of these corrupting forces. That is
there they go, running down.
You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests.
We might see another couple, although I think that might be it. I can't remember.
Thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal.
I think that's it.
The future of the country rests with you. Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NPT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing...
Were they supposed to be the Gerlukovich soldiers who we've been dealing with?
The human race is about to
forget about it.
Endless arms race that last century. We cannot afford to...
Getting ready to hold Dolph hostage at the end of this sequence.
Is here to prevent that possibility. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot. In its final form, Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next-generation technology such as C4ISR and RNA...
So there are a few different ways of accessing the last area. I usually take this bottom duct so we can get a couple of extra Easter eggs that you can only get if you come down here.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
There she is.
The brain drain of nuclear specialists and the black market trade in weapons-grade plutonium.
Okay, we're finally there.
So, this is the new Metal Gear.
Yep, and we're gonna show the whole world its baby pictures. Get the prototype on camera. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Once you have the photos, use the workstation in the southeast end of the area to transmit them over to me. Send me something I can use.
Do you think I won't, Otacon? You expect me to not do that? Whoa, Rex! Firelord with the 58, thank you, and Scorehard with the 84. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
It's been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix.
We have one more save call to do with Otacon as well.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
The result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over.
Yeah! Otacon. You're great.
We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology.
Alright, so if we take the bottom duct, we have to come up through here.
There are also forces at work.
And if we take out our camera here,
trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence.
Look who it is.
I seem to be repeating myself. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct
Ooh, I want one more picture of Ocelot.
Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development.
I don't want to get rid of any of these other pictures.
Stay covert. I do not risk jeopardizing the program on
We can get another picture after we give him these two.
the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover.
Freeze.
Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. Former President Sears could also act
I love that.
the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD
So
concept.
good. His speech does keep going as well. Like, he'll have different lines. He won't just repeat what he said before. So if you want to hear his whole speech, you have to do this.
It was he who lowered Start 3's ceiling for tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth, everyone in the international military community knows the facts. Specs spread across the globe like wildfire.
I'm just gonna wait here
Nuclear
for a
race
sec.
is on again. The only thing that can reverse its course
not endless,
is
no.
this Metal Gear ray.
Next time it hits 0, it'll be finished.
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure. And the success of the
Maybe this guard isn't even here on
considered a
Extreme. I think
chance
he is,
effort.
though. He just has a long patrol route.
There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning.
Here he is.
President Sears forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying the program. Some say that it was a military interest.
It's actually game over after this timer runs out. Yeah. Monorith. MGX. Police Naught. Scott.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? Okay, first up... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again?
Interesting that, like, it doesn't really look like a ghost. We're assuming that it's a ghost. Possessed by an arm, maybe? Ocelot? Or Otacon?
Next up is... So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now. And the next one is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need.
What?
I'll just make a backup of this one.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Otacon? Why are you blushing? What the hell is wrong with you?
Next up is... Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one.
Was he also turned on by the other picture?
Okay, what am I seeing now? This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. So, what's the last one gonna be?
Oh.
Yeah, another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
So good.
With plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. This new model of Metal Gear is
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up. Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? Okay, last one's coming up. The Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Codenamed Ray, after the great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that nature never gave the manta. This latest Metal Gear, we can
Oh! Almost a strike. First try. That would have been amazing.
Land as we never have before. The Metal Gear Rex
Don't even think about touching this box.
Supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility
they woke
of
up the other guy.
nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and...
I didn't mean to touch him. That scared me. You want to get really close to them.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Okay, there's one more call I want to get, or one more picture I want to get of
brain drain
Ocelot.
of nuclear specialists in the black market trade in weapons-grade plutonium. Add Metal Gear to the mix.
Oh yeah, there's one other thing I didn't show as well when it comes to Ocelot here. At least I don't think I did.
Once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine, this Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development.
Oh, I didn't actually mean to do that. But yeah, if you look away from him and turn back, he'll disappear.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Alright, let's do it again, because I want one more picture.
The brain drain of nuclear specialists in the black market trade in weapons-grade plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. We once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace.
Okay, there we go. Let's take him out.
Conduct top secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert. Not risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me.
Fuck it,
Former President
I'm running
Sears
for
will
it.
also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept. It was he who lowered Star 3's ceiling for
It's the online predator with the 20 months. Thank you.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. Okay, first up. Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? Okay, last one's coming up. Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera. The Commandant is almost done with his speech. We're just about out of time. Hurry!
That's a pretty good follow-up to the other one, because he gets pretty pissed off with the last ghost picture as well.
Weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth.
Okay, let's actually get all the pictures.
The military community knows the facts. Its specs spread across the globe like wildfire. The nuclear race is on again. The only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear ray. Let's stretch those neck muscles.
Oh shit.
Muscles again. Left. Right.
Nobody cares about the body though.
Let's continue.
Okay.
The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trial
Good.
is now considered a chance happening. There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia.
Oh, there's
and
another
China
call
for its
that I
potential
need to do.
violation.
I hope I can still get it, actually.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the TADIL-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format, and the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
Classic.
The anti-ballistic missile agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning.
Okay, one more crack at this.
President Xi's forced the NMD proposal through.
Ah, okay, that could have been better.
Succeeded in deploying the program. Some say that it was a military interest, with plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy.
How did that
in the
kick
light
not
of the
get him?
military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact.
Okay.
There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Oh!
Vital to the Marine Corps.
Almost.
The enemy is sometimes closer
3
to
of them,
home
I
than
think,
you
maybe
gentlemen.
4.
Always
We're
bear that in
standing.
mind. It is an undeniable
Oh,
fact
they're
that
all
there
going
is
in for the
force
kick.
at work in our government and within the military, seeking
Wait,
to
what?
control national affairs.
Is there a
as
guy
soon as
still on the
possible.
ground there? What's going on?
Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this
That was
party,
weird.
thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path.
Another guy is waking up another guy over there.
This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
Ah! I was gonna run for it. I had to have one last go.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
The brain drain of nuclear specialists. and the
Okay,
black
I think we'll just finish it now.
With weapons grade plutonium has been
Still have my
fueling the
pictures,
cottage
don't I?
industry
Yeah.
in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed
Snake.
proliferation you see the world over.
Thank you.
Once lived in the shadow of a doomsday machine, this Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert. Not risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me. Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept.
Just gonna wait for this guy to come back.
Lowered Start 3 ceiling for tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty. Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... This is great! The Marines lettering shows up really well. And the next one is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. The next one's... Okay, this works. It's a great front view. So, what's the last one gonna be? You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War. Metal Gear only has room for one! Gurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, Looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch!
Get out of my mind, Liquid! The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's on.
Have what it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
There we go. There we go. It's kind of funny that he calls him Mr. President there because he's not actually the president at this point. But they're obviously just playing off of the end of MGS1. And sort of, he's more saying that for the player, really, than anything. Oh, he's obviously talking to Solidus here, or whoever that character was. But I guess Ocelot could still just be calling him Mr. President just for the hell of it. Maybe to stroke his ego or something. You're still the real president in my eyes, Solidus. All right, before we get into this next sequence, before we start the big shell, as you know, most of you who watch this stream all the time anyway, we like to go over a couple of details just for people that aren't familiar with them or who may not have caught on to them. There are a couple of really interesting things at the start of this next scene with regards to Raiden's character and how he behaves and his voice. At the beginning of the big shell, Raiden is not known as Raiden. He has the code name of Snake. He's referred to as Snake by the Colonel. And while he has this code name, his personality is completely different. He's doing a Snake impersonation. And his voice is deeper as well. He has a slightly deeper voice. And when his code name is changed from Snake to Raiden, instantly his voice changes and it becomes higher pitched and he becomes much more on edge and much more like the Raiden we know in MGS2. For the first few minutes of the scene, while he has Snake's code name, he's a lot more confident, a lot more self-assured, and it sounds like he's kind of on the same wavelength as the Colonel. There's a back and forth. He's kind of sort of snappy with his responses and just a lot more cool. Pretending to be Snake. And then when his code name is changed, instantly they start talking about VR and his previous experiences and how he feels like a legendary mercenary, how he feels like Solid Snake. But yeah, it's a really interesting detail. And we'll talk a bit more about it once we get into the first gameplay sequence. Another interesting detail to take note of is how the Colonel's dialogue changes strangely when he has a line that is supposed to mimic a line from the start of MGS1. He says at one point during the intro, "When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep." He says when we need to reach you, and then he stops himself, corrects himself, and says contact you. Why does he do that? It's because that's what he says in MGS1. That's what the Colonel says at the beginning of MGS1. He says when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. He doesn't say when we need to reach you. So this is a really early indication that there's something not quite right with the Colonel, that the Colonel is an AI. He fucks up his MGS1 dialogue and has to correct himself. You could also speculate more about this, go deeper into it. You could ask the question, well, why did he fuck up his dialogue? It's kind of weird, isn't it? But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the actual... when we get into the first gameplay sequence. Spoilers! Yeah, we'll be talking full spoilers right from the get-go because, the whole game is just covered in foreshadowing. It's kind of impossible to talk about the game unless you talk about spoilers. All right, let's get into it. But yeah, we usually like to talk about those two details before we start this next scene, just for people who never picked up on it.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Alpha, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
So there we go. It's amazing how many people miss that. I think it would be understandable for a first playthrough because you're just so mind fucked regarding everything and what's going on and who is this guy, and you know there's so many details to keep track of. But even upon replaying it, I feel like a lot of people miss it. I guess it is once you know the voice changes, it's so easy to notice. But it is still kind of subtle and easy to miss, you know, if you're not aware of it, if you're not expecting it. But yeah, it's as clear as day when you expect it. But yeah, it's kind of tying Raiden's experience to the player's experience, you know? Raiden thinks he's Snake like we expect to be continuing the game as Snake. You know, Raiden was a big twist. We didn't know we were going to be playing as Raiden before we bought the game. It wasn't, this was all a big ruse, a big deception, a big twist. So, to keep Raiden's experience in line with the players, they sort of did the same thing. Raiden lost Snake's identity like we lose Snake's identity. And as we soon learn, there are many other similarities between Raiden and the player. Let's take a look around. There's some pretty interesting calls we can get here. Is it ever explained why Raiden's codec is shaped the way it is? No, it's never explained. I don't think it really needs much explanation, though. It looks like a gun, right? Looks like a pistol. So, it's, you know, kind of obvious what it means, I think. Symbolically, you know, he's a hostage. And especially when you get to the very end of the game, you know. You pretty much are, you know, the Colonel is taunting you, telling you, kill Solidus or Rose dies. Kill Solidus now or Olga's child dies. You know, it really does feel like you have a gun to your head at the very end of the game.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. doesn't even look like it's been used.
Raiden, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Yeah, on the tanker, the codec screen is shaped just like in MGS1. It has like a natural flow. But here it changes. And a lot of the sort of trademarks or tropes change. Like, you know, the game over screen is another one. Even the music, you know, like the alert theme and the boss themes on the tanker evoke MGS1 and play little snippets of the main theme, or the Metal Gear theme, variations on the theme. On the plant, the music is far stranger and sort of atonal and wild. You know, the Yell Dead Cell theme is crazy. You know, that saxophone that's going all over the place. You know, whereas on the tanker, it's sort of steady and melodic and has a beat to it, has a steady beat to it. The music kind of reflects what's going on in the game as well, in the story. Where everything is being turned on its head. Dim, what are you saying here? Of all the things they could have changed... Hold on, I have to scroll up here. You're complaining about the stuff that Bluepoint added. Of all the things they could have changed, the ineligible writing on the lamp and doors to Bluepoint went with absolutely retarded Metal Gear 3 Guns of Patriots. Metal Gear 2 Guns of Patriots, actually. Imagine if it was something like display model, not for sale, or address of a fictional prop. Yeah, I don't know, it's just really weird. I don't know, like, what their logic was with that. I don't know what they were thinking at all. It doesn't really bother me too much. It's just kind of weird. I don't know. Illegible. What did I say? Eligible? Let's take a look at the submarine over here. But yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep-sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep-sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
So, kind of getting a common theme here with the gym suit and the submarine.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now.
That's right.
Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the Big Shell.
So the submarine and the gym suit, they're all spoken about as if they're props. You know what he says? It's rusted. It doesn't even look like it's being. It doesn't even look like it's being used. What he says about the sub, it's not operational. It does not pose any threat. So these are the details that, you know, you're most likely never going to see on a first playthrough. But yeah, really cool. Take a look at the bugs over here.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So the bugs, too, don't exist naturally. Genetically altered. So if we crawl around the bugs here... Oh no, still not? Maybe I actually... Oh, there, now we can see them crawling around the model. Sea lice, genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accident. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. And like he said, we do have to just shake our equipment by moving up and down like that until we get rid of them. Pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of the snake mechanic in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. You know, the snake that can eat your rations. Pretty cool how they brought that back here in a different form. So Raiden's identity, Sub, the gym suit, the bugs. Nothing really seems real. Let's call the Colonel a few times here.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the Big Shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle.
What's the meaning behind the bugs again? We were talking about the bugs quite a bit last time during the last in-depth playthrough. It kind of take a bit of explaining. You kind of need to go into the whole water motif as well. You know, water is used frequently in the game to symbolize information or the flow of information. You know, it starts with the opening scene, the opening credits. You know, the very first image you see in the game is flowing water and information written on stone, information written on paper, and then it speeds up as we get to digital information and everything drowns. And all the information drowns, which is, you know, one of the big themes of the game. The overabundance of digital information in the information age, not being able to tell fact from fiction in the information age. What the president says later about GW, you know, the world will drown in the coming flood of information and they along with it. And that's what the Patriots' goals are, to control the flow of information because the human race is too stupid to handle the information age. It'll reduce the rate of evolution. And the Big Shell facility is kind of symbolic of that in a way. It's this facility that filters oil, but I think symbolically it's supposed to represent GW filtering information. There are so many like water metaphors used throughout the game, like not just that scene with the president, but at the very final call on Federal Hall with the Colonel, I think they use like 3 or 4 metaphors relating water to information. So yeah, I think this facility is kind of supposed to be symbolic of what they're trying to do with GW. It's GW want to filter information like this facility filters out the oil. And we were theorizing last time about the bugs, if the bugs are designed to decompose the oil and sort of filter the oil themselves. that maybe they're also supposed to symbolize GW. And it's interesting later on in the game, when we get Emma, we start to see more and more of the bugs. And someone mentioned in the chat last time that, I never really thought about this, but someone brought up an interesting point during the last playthrough, that they saw the increase of bugs as meaning that as GW started to gain more power or something like that. How did he describe it again? I can't really remember what his description was, but I really liked his interpretation of the bugs. It was like as the S3 plan came closer to achieving its goal, you would see more and more bugs or something like that. I forget really how he described it, but yeah, I think the bugs are supposed to symbolize GW in a way. Or again, like they similar to how the facility itself symbolizes that processing of information. The bugs also symbolize that because they're also designed to filter oil. If we're looking at filtering oil as a metaphor for filtering information, which I definitely think is a valid interpretation. But yeah, I haven't really thought hard enough about the bugs yet because we only really started digging into it during the last playthrough. As the simulation unravels, yeah, Black Obsidian. It's really interesting, you know, when you try to cross over the bugs while holding Emma's hand. What does she say? You know, I hate bugs. I can't stand bugs. I always wondered if I was maybe overreaching when I joke about, you know, you're a fucking software developer. You're supposed to get rid of these bugs, Emma. I kind of wonder, like, is that actually an intentional joke there when she says I hate bugs, I can't stand them? Because she's a software developer. She created GW. So it's kind of funny that she starts talking about how she hates bugs. And especially ironic if we look at the bugs as symbolizing GW in a way. But yeah. Obviously, the big shell doesn't only just symbolize information filtering. You know, it's also a big shell, a big cover. The shell on the turtle's back that's protecting Arsenal gear. That's what it's also supposed to be, a turtle shell, a cover.
Raiden, that door is watertight.
Yeah, I know how to open it. We covered it in VR training.
True. Proceed with caution.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess that line changes depending on if you've done the tanker or not.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
They do use bug in Japanese too, yeah, or bagu, as they put it. Even Snake uses it in Japanese MGS1. I'm talking about fox die, right. Yeah, I'm sure it is supposed to be symbolic like that, or it seems pretty likely anyway. Kojima does love his wordplay as well. But yeah, it's not like you're seeing... It's not like you're gradually seeing more bugs over the course of the game. It's only really when you meet Emma. Where the bugs really stand out is in the area, in the shell core, right before you get to the scene with Emma's death. When you're making your way back to the shell core after the sniping sequence, and there's a load of bugs in the hallway. That's the strangest appearance of the bugs. That really makes me wonder, you know, what's going on with these bugs? Why are these bugs here? Because they're not surrounded by water or anything. But maybe it's supposed to have something to do with the flooding. But yeah, you know, there's more of a reason to see them down here and to see them down in the area that is actually flooded. It's just weird that they appear in that area in the core.
To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle.
But yeah, I do like that idea. As you get closer to fulfilling the S3 plan, you see more and more of these bugs, symbolizing GW's control over the simulation, over all the information.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Does this mean the piss represents the downward one-way nature of the flow of information? Possibly. Who knows? What's that line at the end that I loved? Just talking about water metaphors. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce? I love that one. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large. Leaking, ponds, cesspool.
Move in close to the enemy when you have no weapon selected. You can throw him with the weapon button. The throw inflicts greater damage than the punch. Keep that in mind.
Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce? Retrieve valuable truths.
Move in behind the enemy and push the weapon button without touching the left stick.
No doubt.
Right. Push the R2 or L2 button while in first-person view to strafe right and left, respectively. You can use the strafe to quickly slide out of cover and scan the area. Of course, you'll be spotted more easily when you're visible. If you spot a terrorist coming your way, let go of the button and duck back into cover.
Yeah, it's another thing is Vamp. Every time Vamp comes back to life, it has something to do with water. First, the teardrop falls on his face, and then he drowns in the water when you fight him, and then falls back into the water when you kill him again, fighting, you know, when he stabs Emma, the second boss fight with him.
Once you see the codec screen, set the...
No doubt.
Yeah. People are wondering about the Colonel's voice there. That's not something that's like an intentional part of the story, even though it fits. That's re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. I'm not sure why they had to re-record the dialogue, but for certain calls where they mention specific controls for tutorials, all those calls are re-recorded whenever the Colonel has to mention specific controls. I think it has something to do with like copyright for the old controllers, for the old PS2 and Xbox controllers, that they weren't allowed to use their names or something like that. I'm not really sure what the deal is, but I think it might have had it might have something to do with copyright issues for the controllers. Marks, any grifters? No grifters at all. you can stop drifting. As a matter of fact, there we go. There we go. No more drifting. Thank you.
Right. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options. Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
What do you mean by that, Colonel? So, I hope DRK showed the call in MGS1 that mirrors this call. It's kind of crazy. There's a call in MGS1 at the very beginning of the game if you keep calling the Colonel for tutorials, like what we're doing here. And in that call, it's the same tutorial. You know, they're teaching you how to distract the enemy. And how does it go in MGS1 again? Oh yeah, Naomi butts in and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds, "Well, only a beautiful woman such as yourself," or something like that. It's an early indication that there might be something up with Naomi and her relationship with Snake. So it's crazy. This game puts a spin on that tutorial call and kind of mirrors it, because here in MGS1 it's supposed to foreshadow Snake and Naomi's relationship, and here it's foreshadowing Rose and Raiden's relationship. But it's just so crazy that it's a tutorial call, you know?
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Sounds familiar? Another intruder besides me. Gray Fox? I guess we'll grab the shaver. Usually I leave the shaver, even when we do these in-depth runs. Just because it's kind of fucked up on the HD collection. But recently, we discovered a new Easter egg in this game, where Snake's beard will actually grow back if you save the game and come back a week later, or fast forward the clock on your console. I always thought MGS3 was the first game to fuck around with the system's clock at the end, but this game did it first. And so when you get to Arsenal Gear and you give him the shaver and he shaves his beard, we save there, put the clock forward a week and come back, his beard will be back. Crazy. Yeah, this was discovered pretty recently by Bad Humans, the guy in the chat. He's always here. At least I think it was discovered by bad humans anyway. Oh, hey, I didn't even look at the door. Yeah, we have this weird thing here. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. This wasn't in the original game. I think this was added by Bluepoint. Very, very strange. Why? Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. Not Metal Gear Solid 2, Guns of the Patriots. Not Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. It's an Easter egg. I'm aware, but what is the purpose of the Easter egg? What's the why? You know? Here it says Metal Gear Solid 2, Guns of Patriots. It's just a very strange, you know, it's a strange idea. Let's jumble up Metal Gear video game titles and stick it on a door here. Metal Gear Solid Tank Hangar. A shame they didn't put Metal Gear Solid Dock there. That would make a lot more sense.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
All right, let's call the Colonel.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
Strange. This is level 1 from the VR missions. So what's he talking about? Doesn't really look like level 1 from the VR missions. but it kind of does follow the same structure. If you start, he means MGS1, he doesn't. He means level 1 from the VR mission. The area does also resemble the dock from MGS1, though. That's true. But level 1 from the VR missions is sort of structured in a similar way. You start off at the bottom left of the screen. There's something obstructing your path right above you. You need to go and turn right. We don't have two options here, though. In VR missions, we just have one little path. But we do have to go up and then turn right, and then the goal is at the top right corner of the room. Just like the goal is here, except here it's a node. But it's colored blue, like the Colonel says, just like the goal in VR missions is colored blue. So we're kind of getting a combination of two things here. We're getting level 1 from VR missions and the MGS1 dock with the forklift and everything.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
One sec, guys. Let me just scroll up here. What's the meaning of hyper-reality? It's when you're unable to distinguish between what's real and what's not. That sort of state is what's known as hyper-reality, as far as I understand. Let me Google it. Hyperreality in semiotics and postmodernism is an inability of consciousness to distinguish reality from a simulation of reality, especially in technologically advanced postmodern societies. Makes sense. Hyperreality is seen as a condition in which what is real and what is fiction are seamlessly blended together, so that there is no clear distinction between where one ends and the other begins, but allows the commingling of physical reality with virtual reality, VR, and human intelligence with artificial intelligence. Which kind of reminds me, I remember Kojima said his main goal with this game was a series of deceptions and betrayals until it reaches the point where the player can't distinguish between what's real and what's not. Which is a pretty good description of Arsenal gear. And the whole simulation and fiction of the game breaks down to the point where it's impossible to know what's going on, and you're seeing all these different contradictions play out on screen. There's no such thing as the what's the line again? There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting edge technology. And right after Ocelot says that, he jumps 50 miles up in the air, lands on top of Ray. It turns out that Fortune doesn't have any powers, and then she shows that she does have powers 2 seconds later. Maybe not 2 seconds later, but yeah. I love just the pure, unreal chaos of the Arsenal gear sequence. P90s bouncing off the ground. Ocelot super jumping up on top of Ray. Fortune actually having powers. arms, ghosts inside arms taking over people's bodies. It's strange how at the end of the tanker, Liquid taking over Ocelot is like this completely absurd event. But by the end of the game, it's just kind of fitting in with everything else that's happening on the screen. Although it still is the cherry on top of that insanity cake. It still is pretty insane at the end. Hey, what's up, Garley? So we're gonna hide all these bodies, just so we get a different call. I don't always do this, but fuck it, we'll do it this time. Yeah, Shroom, I like the Cobra unit. But yeah, it's really interesting how Raiden is reassured when the Colonel tells him this is just like VR. You know? You would think the natural reaction to what the Colonel says there would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why is this like level 1 from VR missions? Isn't that a little bit strange? This real mission that I'm supposedly doing? Why is this resembling my training so closely? But no, the Colonel tells us this to make us more confident. It's interesting to see how Raiden changes in that regard over the course of the game. You know, later on he'll start to get really pissy with Colonel when he starts bringing up the simulation, and you know, he gradually sort of snaps out of it. Well, VR is indistinguishable from reality. I guess so, yeah. Raiden can't think for himself anymore after all of his training. So he doesn't question it. Some little Easter eggs here. We enter Kajimbal's name. It's weird how you can't enter the year on the HD collection as well. This is something you can do in the original version. I have no idea why you can't do it here. Very strange. If we put in today's dates, we get a happy birthday message. So here's where we start role-playing as Raiden officially. This is us putting our name onto Raiden's dog tags. We put in Shinkawa's name, we get his details as well. I'm happy with that. Chad Hogan, USA. Fuck you, Chad Hogan. I don't need your dog tags anymore.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Someone was asking about the music there, if it has like any purpose beyond just being foreboding ambient sound. I don't think so, really. It's just there to make you feel uncomfortable and that there's something not right about all this. Beyond that, I don't think it has any purpose. Now we wait. It's more interesting if we have to deal with the guards here, but whatever.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the President?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
All right, here we are. Man, I love that elevator scene. Every time, just the music, just the over-the-top sound effects, all those whooshing sounds. Just the whole mood of it, like everything being turned on its head. Solid Snake is the terrorist leader. What's going on? Just how it's, you know, serves as this inverse of the same scene in MGS1. In MGS1, this scene is like just a badass glorification almost of the protagonist. You know, like, look how cool Solid Snake is. Fucking stares at the camera. Metal Gear Solid comes up on the screen. It's like pure power fantasy. And here it's just like everything being turned upside down. So now that Solid Snake who was glorified is the enemy, apparently. You know, there's one thing that I thought about during that earlier scene where we see Snake on the elevator. And I don't know how I never thought about this before, but I guess it's because when I see Snake at the start of the plant, I'm mainly thinking of how he's filling the Gray Fox role. You know, there's another true intruder besides me. He's already taken out 3 people. He knocks out the 3 guys at the bottom of strut A, and he's fulfilling that Gray Fox role. But obviously, he's also fulfilling Liquid's role. Who's the first person we see on the elevator at the start of MGS1? Liquid. I have to go and swat a couple of bothersome flies, and we see him go up the elevator. The first person we see on the elevator in this game is Snake. Solid Snake. The terrorist kingpin. Or so we're told. I don't know how I never thought about that before. It seems just really obvious. I love how Snake has his back turned to you as well. When he ascends. And unlike Shadow Moses, like the Colonel said, this is daylight. And we have not done daylight VR training. Again, our own experiences as the player lining up with Raidens. MGS1 took place at night. Solid Snake wouldn't slip on bird shit. He's way too cool for that. He's way too cool to get shit on as well. Never knew this was a thing. Look at how detailed that shit is. Like, I think that is genuinely impressive bird shit. Oh, I need to thank a few people here. I think I'm a good bit behind. Taffer with the Prime sub. Richman with the 2 months. AKA Wolverine with the 500 bits. Oppener with the 5. Gray Fox with the 28. Corvin with the 63. Devil with the Prime sub. Addy with the 40 months. Bin with the year. There's another one. Pud with the 13 months. My god, sorry guys, I'm way behind. Cheers, everyone. Good time to read donations here, I think, yeah. Or subs. Oh, nasty. If only we could see it on his actual model here. That'd be great. And if it affected cutscenes. You know, walk into a scene and he has the bird shit on his face. Maybe that'd be a bit too much. I don't know. Tegel with the 47 months. Cheers.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
So this is something that you might not even think about when you're crawling through here, but this is Snake who did this, obviously. And it's Snake who cuts through the fence during the opening cutscene as well. If it wasn't for Snake, I don't know how we would have gotten into the facility. So yeah, he cuts through the fence outside and cuts through the fence here. Oh my god! Come on, man! I wasn't even looking up there. But yeah, it's just interesting to think, you know, when it comes to Snake helping us. Because we're told repeatedly throughout the game that Snake is not a part of this mission. He's not a part of the simulation. Again and again, the Colonel says this. He's supposed to be this wild card. But he fits all these roles, you know? He's the Liquid Snake stand-in. He's the Gray Fox stand-in. But he's not an intended part of the simulation, apparently. Just an interesting thing to think about. Let's do a few more calls here before we go in.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission. If you see an approximately waist-high railing, push the action button near it. You will be able to climb over the railing and hang down from the other side. This is referred to as hanging. Not only does it allow you to stay out of the enemy's sight, you will be able to reach locations that are otherwise inaccessible.
I guess another thing to think about as well with regards to Snake being the supposed wild card that they weren't expecting. Gray Fox kind of had that role in MGS1 as well. So maybe the Colonel telling you that Snake isn't a part of the simulation is just another part of the simulation. Maybe that's what he has to say in order for Snake to really fulfill his Gray Fox role.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B.
I like the Liquid stand-in even more because Snake uses the same frequency as Master and MGS1, also played by Liquid. Yeah, and they both have different... they both mask their identities. Miller and Pliskin. Snake and Liquid. Really cool.
I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
It changes people. Hardcore with the 26. Thank you.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago, the tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
I think that MGS2 plant characters might have dual MGS1 roles, like Olga is supposed to be the ninja, but in her last scene she's more Frank Jaeger, and Solidus could be the ninja powered exoskeleton character destroying Metal Gears. Yeah, I kind of like that, Bad Humans. I remember we were talking a little bit about this on Twitter. Yeah, because Solidus does kind of take Fox's role a bit in that same scene. Olga jumps down to fulfill her Gray Fox death, but she doesn't get a badass moment. She's cut short, you know? She jumps down and then immediately gets killed by Solidus, and then Solidus right after goes to destroy the Rays. Similar to Fox fucking up Rex. That's really cool. Yeah, I don't think I ever thought about that. But yeah, generally in this game, the characters won't have just one single role, like where, you know, Fortune is standing in for Psycho Mantis or Vamp is standing in for Wolf. You know, Vamp will take on multiple roles. I think most of the characters are like that. Raiden stands in for Solid Snake, obviously, but he also stands in for Meryl. The character who doesn't have any real experience, just VR. There's a big parallel coming up in the next scene where we first meet Pliskin, you know, where Snake says, "What are you waiting for? Shoot," to Raiden. Kind of roles are reversed. You know, just like he says to Meryl outside the cell.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Phantom Cigar, how's it going?
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it. Hmm?
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Mrs. Wexford, how's it going? All right, let's hide the body. Ragnar as well, what's up? Yeah, I love this music. Feels very Bond. Something about that guitar riff.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
Roy Campbell, installing programs in people's nanomachines. Kind of strange. Doesn't really feel Roy Campbell-esque, does it? Battle down, 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 down. Of course, now if we go back up. Oh, I forgot to look at the bomb at the bottom of strut 8. Fuck. Yeah, you can see the last bomb that you freeze at the bottom of strut A, right at the start of the game, and the light isn't blinking, which is pretty cool. Sort of get to see how it's, you know, it's just sitting there waiting to activate once we freeze all the bombs up here. There isn't a call about the bomb, no.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Not yet. We're gonna take a little detour first. So Raiden never met the real Campbell? No, we learn that much later inside Arsenal Gear. It's quite a creepy call when he tells Rose that he never met him. But yeah, we'll get to that at the very end. Go.
Nothing here.
And here we get our M9. I didn't mean to shoot that.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The president is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The president's life is at stake here. Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
I love this call. There's no time for armchair theories. So obviously there is time for armchair theories. lots of time, and there's something being withheld here. What are they lying about? What are we not being told? It ties in with the call at the bottom of strut A quite nicely, you know, when Raiden wants to use the enemy's weapon and the colonel says that they're ID locked. But these are black market Russian weapons. How could these be equipped with identification functionality? These are professionals we're dealing with, and I'm sure they wouldn't have their own weapons be used against them. Just bullshit, you know? This is all a simulation. It's all been prearranged. There are weapons set in place for Raiden to pick up. He's only authorized to pick up weapons that are laid out for him, specifically. Just like OSP in MGS1. We have to find the weapons that are laid out. Raiden tries to use real-life logic. And the colonel says, no, MGS1. Video game balancing. You can't just pick up every weapon. It'd be too OP. It's interesting to think as well, and again in contrast with the tanker. Snake, you start off with the M9, and you find your next weapon in a cutscene that you take from another character, from Olga. Snake has evolved and become his own person, separate from the player. Whereas Raiden has not. I think that's why when Raiden gets the sword, it's supposed to be this big moment of transformation for the character. You know, again, it's given to him by Snake. It's not something that he finds as a part of the simulation. Unless you think that Snake is a part of the simulation all the way through. And I guess there is reason to believe that. Okay. But yeah. Interesting to think about anyway.
Freeze!
What do I want to do? Let's get his tag.
Freeze!
Are you going to shoot me?
Oh. If I had my SOCOM, I certainly would.
If you find an item box, walk up to it and take a look in first-person view. You should be able to see what's inside the box.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
So what's going on there? Why did she use a brochure instead of the database? Why is she giving me information from the brochure instead of the database? I'm not really sure what to make of that. Is it because the database has information on what the big shell actually is? And she's just reading out the information that goes to the public because that's the false information that we also need to believe? Does the, you know, if she was to tell us the information that was on the database, would that mean she would be telling us about the true nature of the big shell just being a cover for Arsenal gear? Just a joke? Oh, I don't think so. Like, it certainly fits with the themes in the game. The game is all about information. But, yeah, an interesting little detail. I love how flat all of Rose's information is. You know, it's just like Wikipedia. It's great later on when we have both Rose and Snake serving as experts on Dead Cell. And, you know, Snake gives us all this first-hand information. Just casually talking to us about Dead Cell, and Rose has given us, like, the flat Wikipedia explanations of Dead Cell. It's an interesting contrast between the two sources of information.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Hanging? Hold on, someone asked a question here. So is Raiden in a VR chair somewhere, or is Big Shell a carefully controlled obstacle course? I think that question was originally supposed to be up to you. Until MGS4 answered questions that Kojima never wanted to answer. So it's really up to you.
Freeze!
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, hey, I was supposed to hang and I didn't hang. Oh, well. You have to be careful not to step on this floor here.
Raiden, stay out of sight at all costs. The bridge is too narrow to offer any way out. If you're spotted, you won't last too long. The sentries aren't checking over the railings. Hanging will let you travel right in their blind spot. Try hanging. An item box can sometimes fall out while moving an enemy's body. Pick it up quickly.
I have a question. Why does Ocelot willingly follow the orders of the Patriots, or do they have some way to control him? Well, again, this is something that MGS4 recontextualizes or expands on. You know, 4 claims that... 4 suggests that everything Ocelot has been doing since the beginning of the series is to bring Big Boss back to life. And that he was impersonating Liquid the whole time to fool the Patriots AI. Again, it's not something I really think about when I play 2. I don't really think of MGS4. Personally, I don't think MGS4 really adds anything to MGS2's story. When I think of MGS2's story, I usually like to just think of MGS2 and MGS1. But, you know, 4 gives you answers. But yeah, in the context of 2, I don't know, it's suggested that Ocelot is pretty high rank, you know? He's like Patriot tier. Next to the Patriots, he's the most powerful character in the game, you know? He's the highest on that hierarchy. You know, during that Arsenal Gear scene, he explains to everyone what's happening, and everyone's clueless. You know, Solidus doesn't know about the true nature of the simulation. Nobody does, apart from Ocelot. Except Ocelot doesn't either, as the Patriots tell us. Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least. So yeah, the only person that was really above Ocelot on that hierarchy were the Patriots themselves. Was the AI. And then, yeah, 4 would go on to tell us that it was all an act on Ocelot's part, so he could eventually control the AI, destroy the AI.
are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down!
Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that.
What's up? Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
All right. Let me thank some people here before we continue. A happy T-Rex, thank you for the 26 months. Sasha with the 21. Thank you. Sam Fisher with the 19. Urzes, I don't think I thank you for the 22. Thank you. Achilles with the 4 as well. Thank you. Let's see here. I wonder if it's worth noting how Raiden refers to this as a nightmare later on, just like the dude on the radio there. The game refers to dreams and nightmares quite a lot. Even how the Colonel describes the mission in the opening cutscene of the plant, your classic nightmare. I guess it's another one of those hyper-real details that are there just to blur the line between what's real and what's not. You know, you can kind of look at dreams and nightmares as being synonymous with virtual reality. But yeah, dreams and nightmares are referenced a lot in this. Let's see. I'm curious with Snake speaking to Otacon when he's saying the kid's wired with nanomachines. I don't think so. I think he was just talking to himself there. I think he was just talking to himself, but maybe. It's interesting how Snake falls back there and you get that slow motion as if something is about to happen. I think that's supposed to be fox die bait. You know, wait a second, is Snake gonna have a heart attack? Because it's kind of similar to what happens in MGS1, you know, that sort of build up like, oh, something's gonna happen, but then no, he just falls back and it's an anticlimax. I think that might be what they're doing there. Because this is the first character we meet. And we're seeing all these things that resemble MGS1. The first character we meet in MGS1 is the DARPA chief, and the DARPA chief, of course, has that heart attack after we have the conversation. So, yeah, kind of interesting to think about. Obviously, Vamp representing Fox is quite obvious. Slicing up all these soldiers, just like the Corridor of Death in MGS1. The real interesting parallel to MGS1 in that scene, though, I think, is the scratch he leaves on Raiden's face, which I think is supposed to resemble the scratch that Wolf leaves on Snake's face in MGS1, sort of marking her territory. Same side of the face as well, and just the way the scratch is angled, it's just like the scratch Wolf leaves in MGS1. I remember in the script for the game, they talk about this scene and how the light shining through the windows here is supposed to look like light shining through a church window, hearkening to Vamp's backstory, getting crushed by the rubble and the crucifix. I don't think it looks particularly church-like, but yeah, you can kind of see what they're going for. I like that Raiden scratches him back in the boss room. Oh, this was another thing I saw someone bring up a while ago as well. Oh, I forget. No, it doesn't matter. I think we can get a call about the Navy captain here if we call the colonel.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
What about the razor? Well, we found the razor at the bottom of strut A. Snake will be clean shaven when we meet him later in Arsenal gear. He has a shave.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of strut B. The president is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in strut B. The node for strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
Looking a little too deep for symbolism, in my opinion. What, with regards to the scratch that Vamp leaves on Raiden's face? I don't think so. It's almost identical. And this game is pretty crazy when it comes to recalling the most obscure details in MGS1. It doesn't just reference, like, memorable scenes. It references lots of tiny little things like that. With regards to the Windows, oh, well, the Windows is written in the script of the game. That's what I just said. That's in the actual script for the game. So that's definitely not breaching. And I was actually saying how I kind of don't really see it. But yeah, no, that's what it is supposed to be resembling. It's supposed to be resembling church windows, hearkening to Vamp's backstory. But yeah, it doesn't really, they don't really feel like church windows to me. Although I guess just that kind of, from here, I can kind of get that feel a bit. But yeah, that's in the script. Lots of interesting details in the script, by the way. Things that aren't ever spoken outright in the game, like Snake's accelerated aging and things like that. When Liquid says at the end of the tanker, our raw materials are vintage, in brackets beside that line of dialogue in the script, it says Snake thinks about the accelerated aging that he started to feel recently, which is pretty interesting. A lot of people seem to think that idea was new to MGS4, but no. Snake was already suffering from it and thinking about it in this game. Unfortunately, it's something that 4 doesn't really reference.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. What are you thinking?
It was probably an idea when they were writing MGS1. You know, because we learned that Liquid and the clones and everything, we're all on the verge of death at the genetic level. So that was probably the idea even way back then.
What are you trying to do, kid?
Gray Fox, yeah, you haven't aged well, Snake. You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged well. Again, maybe that's what they were getting at in MGS1.
What are you thinking?
That would be kind of funny. Like, I never really, you know, I thought about it before, but I never really took it seriously. But maybe that was, maybe there was an underlying, maybe there were a couple of layers to that line.
What are you trying to do, kid? Kid.
Although, now that I think about it, maybe that church windows thing wasn't written into the script and it was written into that commentary thing that they also released about the game. I can't remember. It's definitely in some official document. I'm not sure which one exactly. I think it might be the script, though. Drowning in time, another water metaphor. Yep, lots of drowning and lots of water metaphors in there.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
No doubt.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
All right.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
No doubt.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Right.
Hey! How did he get me from there? Yeah, Keelix, again, like, I wouldn't have thought the windows were supposed to be symbolic unless I read it in that document. Hey! Oh! Okay, I'll leave him alone. Is the MGS2 script available publicly? It's a part of the document of MGS2, which was a disc that they released that had all sorts of stuff in it. Like, you could look at the character models, move the camera around in cutscenes. It also contained the game plan for the game, like just the original game plan. And I think it does have the script as well, but the script is only in Japanese. But you should be able to find translated versions of it online if you look for it. Do be careful though, because there are also versions of the script that aren't translations of the actual script. Just, you know, people writing. It's just you'll find random scripts aside from the official ones.
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of random fan scripts. He was on our side, right? But they're really changing their tune about Pliskin. It's kind of interesting as well, Pliskin saying that he's on our side, when later on he says change sides. I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The President is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The President is in danger. Go now. Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain. I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Have you brought up Pliskin's hair color? That was cool to see, like what the original plan was for Pliskin. Yeah, well, originally Pliskin was going to be blonde. When we met him, he would appear with blonde hair. Which I guess would tie into just the whole Pliskin Snake story and make you wonder what was going on with his identity. Again, another thing that doesn't really translate in the English version because of the difference with voice actors and everything. In the Japanese version, Solidus has the same voice actor as Snake. They're both voiced by Akio Otsuka. So this whole part of the story with Pliskin and Solidus taking Snake's name and terrorist Kingpin being Solid Snake, I feel like that all works a little bit better in Japanese because there's more confusion related to both of the characters. You hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him in the flesh. So you meet Pliskin and you're sure, wait, this guy is obviously Solid Snake, right? But then later on, you'll hear Olga talking over the radio to Solidus, and you'll hear the same voice again. And you'll think, wait a second, so Snake is in contact with Olga? Now you might start to think twice about it. You know, once you meet Pliskin and you're sure that it's Snake. But then when you hear Solidus's voice, you might think differently in the Japanese version. But yeah, it's something that doesn't really translate in the English version because they have different voice actors.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
What do we have here? More SOCOM ammo? Konami Eyes. What was this Konami Eyes thing again? I forget. Looks like concept art here. It always makes me think of Fat Man's bomb blast suit, or maybe the gym suit. Statue of Liberty.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s of the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Thanks, Colonel, for putting a stop to that. And I won't let you be just a dream. Fucking tone it down, Quentin. Jesus. So there we go. The legendary dud scene. So this is where I usually like to talk about the original concept for Fortune, which I think I brought up briefly earlier on. Originally, in the plan, Fortune was going to play her theme on a saxophone. During that scene, we get to hear her theme and the lovely sax melody. But originally, she was going to play her own theme on the sax. I'm not exactly sure what, how those scenes were going to be framed or what was going to happen in those scenes where she played the sax. But I think it would have been sick if she just walked out playing the sax while while all the guys were firing at her, and she was just chilling. Bullets flying all over the place, and she's just jamming out to her theme on the sax with the Matrix shades on that they were also originally going to have. You can picture her like really getting into it, because it's a pretty emotional track. I can picture her really getting into it, bullets whizzing past. What the hell is that? Originally as well, they were, I think, was it Fortune or Vamp? Yeah, no, Fortune was supposed to have some kind of blood-related disease. And Vamp would have to suck her blood every now and then to help with this disease that she had. So every now and then during these scenes with Fortune and Vamp would have to suck her blood. Such a shame we didn't get to see this, really. Maybe she would play, because Fortune kind of resembles Raven here with how she talks to the birds, how she talks to the seagulls and calls them her beauties. I think that's supposed to resemble how Raven spoke to the ravens. I guess she carries a really big fucking gun as well. But maybe she would play for the birds. Maybe that's what they were going to go for. Maybe she played her music for the birds, and then they get interrupted. when all these guys run out and start shooting at her. Alright, let's keep going. What if the railgun was also a saxophone? Even better.
What's up, Jack?
I love you.
So, looks like you remembered I'm still here after all.
Huh?
I thought you'd completely forgotten that I existed.
Of course not. What's wrong with you?
It's just, you haven't saved in a while.
That doesn't mean I forgot.
Is that so? And didn't you think I'd be worried?
But...
I was really worried. You're okay, right?
Yeah.
Good.
We're not with Mei Ling anymore. That's for sure.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Alright, so what happens if we kneel down and sniff it? Yeah, get your head in there, Raiden.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Fantastic. Hold on, gotta dry our hands.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where do they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
That's exactly it.
Oh yeah, I think someone was asking about that moment during the last scene when Vamp, when Vamp is holding up Pliskin and he says, "You smell like." He's about to say Solidus. Vamp has this superhuman sense of smell thing going on. Snake and Solidus, both clones of Big Boss. Both smell the same. That's what that's going for. And the reason you see the bug during that scene, crawl underneath Pliskin, that's because we saw him at the bottom of Strut A, where there were loads of those bugs. So just another little hint that that's the same person.
Once you put a chokehold on an enemy from behind, you can drag him around with you. As long as you don't let go, he can serve as a human shield.
Sometimes it can be hard to trigger this call.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
You never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Raiden, Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
Alright, what if we take a look in here and crouch and look at the toilet seat?
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
There should be one more. Actually, I think there might be two more that we can get.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Well, that is her goal, as she tells us later. See you later, Rose. That didn't last long. More Pentazimin. Nice.
He's asleep? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid!
Huh?
Trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. I think we're good to continue.
Freeze! Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? Oh, that's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
I'm lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link-up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
All right. Just give me a second here. Ball ass. Thank you for gifting a sub to Psychologist. Much appreciated. Dr. Toilet Paper. Thank you for the 27 months. 2 lovely names in a row there. Quirky Giraffe with the 10. Dangor Fluff with the 4 months. Thank you, Flail. I'm way behind thanking you, Flail, for this $1. Snipe Emma early. Thank you very much, Flail. Freaky Freckles with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Cheers, guys. All right. What do I want to do? I guess we'll head out to the bridge before we do anything. Just to see if there's anything going on out here. Huh? Oh. Hello. Layers. Layers of boxes. Oh my god. Why don't we ever get to use this strat when we're playing as Snake? I forgot to call him there. If you call Pliskin while you're shooting him there, you won't get a reaction. You won't get a response. Oh! I didn't even see him take out the radio. What?
Are on their way to the CD connecting bridge. Exercise extreme caution.
Bump. Bump. I'm just gonna chill here. Why is that warning sign mirrored? Yeah, that's strange. I wonder if it's like that in the original game as well.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Oh, you asshole. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that texture is even there in the original games, because I think Bluepoint added a few of those. Hey! So it's the right way around over here, mirrored on the other side. Oh shit. Ah! I forgot that that panel was there. Are you gonna come all the way down? That was crazy. The fucking thing hit me as well. I thought I was dead, you know, you heard the scream. That was crazy. What a mess out here.
Freeze!
Okay, there's another guy here, I think. Yeah.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. No need to worry. No need to worry. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. I'm all right. No need to worry. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already. Stop bothering me.
You really have to do it for a long time.
Stop bothering me. Lay off the knocking already.
And that's as far as you can take it. Sorry, Stillman. I had to. I couldn't resist.
Looks like there's a lot of stuff laying about. Make sure not to scatter it around. The enemy will increase their security if they discover anything out of place.
Don't worry. I'm used to cleaning things up. Rose's room is...
Jack, don't say any more.
fine.
Oh, anyway, the key element of covert operations is not to leave anything behind. Understand?
I love Raiden's response there. I'm fine. There are a lot of optional calls that we can do now after that last scene with Stillman. Guess we'll call the man himself first.
sensor A that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node. If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know. Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
I love how you can get a different call here if you were already in the woman's bathroom. I love how he beats around it as well. Like, he won't dare say the words woman's bathroom. A place that guys have always wanted to enter up until this point. A place that you couldn't enter unless the situation wasn't as such.
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure.
So do you reckon the Patriots told Fat Man to put the bomb in the woman's bathroom to test Raiden? Well, if you're being serious, I don't know. Like, obviously, Fat Man is being used by the Patriots. But maybe they let him do his own thing to an extent. I don't know. Oh yeah, that was a line that I didn't really talk about earlier that I usually talk about, which is quite interesting. During that scene with Fortune, where you see Fortune for the first time. In the codec call after that scene, the Colonel tells Raiden to hurry up and to go and meet Stillman. He's waiting for you in Strut B. And Raiden responds with something quite interesting, and he says, "Is this according to simulation too?" And the Colonel responds with, "What are you talking about? Just, return to your duties. What are you talking about, Raiden? Get to Strut B." He kind of brushes it off. So what does that mean? When Raiden is asking, "Is this according to simulation too?" I think what's going on there is that Raiden, things are starting to veer off track a little bit. Up until that point, everything was resembling MGS1 in some way. But now there's all this talk of freezing bombs, and Raiden hasn't been trained for this. At the bottom of Strut A, he's reassured when the Colonel tells him that this is level 1 from the VR missions. Oh yeah, I see it now. Just do as you're trained and everything will be alright. But now with all this talk of bombs, things aren't going according to simulation anymore. And that's true. Because, as Ocelot explains later, Fat Man was a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. This is like the bomb disposal sequence is kind of like a detour. It's a test to see if Raiden can really, accomplish the S3 plans, to see if he can really accomplish the mission, finish the mission. And then once you defeat Fat Man, you're right back onto MGS1. You meet Ames, who's a stand-in for the DARPA chief. And then you meet the president, who's a stand-in for President Baker. But the bomb disposal doesn't resemble anything in MGS1. Although I do like DRK's theory about the bomb activation when Snake freezes the last bomb, how it resembles what happens with Rex and the PAL keys in MGS1, where he thinks he's deactivating something, but he's actually activating something. Actually activating the bomb. That's pretty interesting. But again, maybe that's a coincidence, or maybe it's not. Who knows? But yeah, I really like the language they use when how they describe this portion of the game as a sort of exam, like a school exam. And the first thing we hear after beating Fat Man is the ninja saying, "You passed with flying colors." Straight A's. Ties in really nicely with how Ocelot describes Fat Man later, an examiner we hired to test the boy's progress. Let's get a few more of these calls, shall we?
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think about searching for the bomb while looking over your shoulder for the enemy. Knock them unconscious or take them out altogether first.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Dazzy, you said something interesting here. Giving Raiden a grade is kind of like a top score in a VR mission as well, in a way. Yeah, it fits in nicely with the theme. You know, something that's been prearranged, again, like a simulation. A test that's been written. And designed to have correct or incorrect answers.
Vamp is a member of Dead Cell. Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
All right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
by the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
He isn't called Fat Man because he's a fat man. He's called Fat Man because he's bisexual.
What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Oh.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long.
Yeah.
Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell. Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
Love that one. And of course, when we get to the fight later, we'll get to see that he does have manicured nails if you zoom in on them.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box just now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Yeah.
Would you consider Fortune's entire backstory to be fabricated as well? Or was it just an opportunity for the Patriots to exploit her? I'm not sure. Obviously, the whole explanation that Ocelot gives for Fortune is absurd. You know, if you think about it for more than a second. Like, first of all, I don't think you ever see that object that deflects bullets on her body. And how would she not realize that, you know, does she put on her own clothes every day? Did she not notice that strange object that was attached to her body at any point? But then, of course, they contradict that a couple of minutes later, a minute later, when we find out that she does actually have powers. So I don't know. Perhaps it was explained to be a part of her railgun's function. What, that the device was attached to the railgun? Possibly, yeah, maybe it's inside her body.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defensive perimeters of each strut covered.
Exactly. I always thought it was her nanomachines. With regards to when she does actually deflect the missiles. Yeah, I don't think there's really supposed to be any real explanation for it. I think it was designed to be just unreal and a contradiction of what we were previously told. I think that was the goal of the Arsenal Gear sequence anyway, you know, where everything just breaks down. The whole game is breaking down to the point where you can't tell what's real or what's not real. You have Ocelot telling you that there's no such thing as supernatural or the supernatural or... I always forget that line. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology. And then 2 seconds after he says it, he does this insane super jump up on top of Ray. Then a few seconds after that, you see P90s bouncing off the floor. Ghosts inside arms possessing people. No new age mumbo jumbo.
The sensor you receive from Stillman visualizes the C4's detected odor on the radar screen. This means that the radar must be enabled in order for you to take advantage of the sensor. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut C's node is to the northwest, in the corner. Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy sight. If the radar goes offline, the sensor is useless. The C4s will become invisible to you again.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
I love this game, but there are some absolutely ridiculous things in it, like Vamp walking on water and the Ocelot shit at the end. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it works, personally. I feel like the breakdown of reality at the end of the game is artfully done. You know, you also have the Fear running on water in MGS3. But MGS3 isn't really about the nature of reality like MGS2 is. Snake doesn't question what he's seeing in MGS3. So I guess players generally don't question the insanity of 3 either. Because the game doesn't really ask you to, unlike MGS2 where it does.
Raiden, log into the node first.
I agree. You know, MGS3 has character... The pain manifests Tommy guns out of hornets. And has hornets living inside his body. The Fear who breaks his own arms and crawls up trees. Who runs on water like Vamp. There's just not as much focus put on it, and the characters in 3 just roll with it.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut C's node is to the northwest, in the corner of the mess hall. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut C's node is to the northwest, in the corner of the mess hall.
Is there not anything else to do here, Colonel? I feel like there should be more calls to get.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut C's node is to the northwest, in the corner of the mess hall. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
All right, I'm convinced, Colonel.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look her up for you.
Raiden, Rosemary has some information to report.
I looked into Mr. Peter Stillman's file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Pegleg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
Raiden, Rosemary has something to report.
Jack, I looked into that guy a few minutes ago wearing a cardboard box, but...
Did you find anything?
No, there's no corresponding data in the files for neither Dead Cell nor Colonel Gorlukovich's private army.
How about as a surviving member of SEAL Team 10?
Of course I looked into that possibility too, but...
You didn't find anything?
No, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Wonder who the heck he was.
Raiden, be on the lookout.
Shin Lane, I like the idea of breaking reality in this, but there's a difference between I can dodge bullets because I'm fast to I can float on water without any explanation. Games are based on some basic reality defining things like gravity. I feel like MGS2 is really about throwing away all those rules, though, with a character like Vamp. And characters like Liquid in this. You know, the nature of the reality of this mission is all up in the air.
Raiden, I trust that you don't actually believe what that guy Pliskin told you, right?
I believe him. There's something about him, like an iron will. Enough to trust.
Raiden. He's not included in the simulation. Don't trust him, ever. You got it?
Roger that.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Do I want to keep going? MGS2 summed up, question your reality? Kind of. I mean, it is probably the primary message of the game. To think for yourself and to question the narrative. And to understand the story of the game, it's kind of what you have to do. Look at the cutscenes and then pick them apart and see what's really going on underneath the surface. Forget canon and appreciate subtext. Yeah, I guess that's part of Snake's message at the end. Don't think about words too much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. I feel like I'm forgetting a couple of things. Let's just wait here. Normally I run out and just blast this cipher. Boom. One shot on the camera, takes it out. 3 shots on the body, takes it out. You can choose.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Raiden, another C4 down. There was one planted pretty high up on the ceiling. The coolant spray couldn't reach that far, so I had to get up on a stand and do it.
Kind of weird the way he ends that sentence. Had to get up on a stand and do it. Oh yeah, something that I was going to bring up. We were actually talking about it in the chat during that last scene. Stillman's dialogue is kind of fucked up a bit, or at least a couple of his lines. He says a line that should be spoken by Snake. When he says, my mind has gone blank again. What does he say? There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him were skills. That line, the trick is to know which one, should be said by Snake. Because if you listen during that scene, it doesn't really make much sense when Stillman says right. He's responding to himself. Right. All I taught him were skills. He's supposed to be responding to Snake there. So yeah, if you ever wondered what the deal was with that line, probably just a mistranslation. Yeah, it should be a Snake line of dialogue. But Stillman says it. Snake says it in the Japanese version. No, he's supposed to say the trick is to know which one. He's just not supposed to say the line before that. Snake is. Yeah. Couple of parallels to MGS1 as well in that scene. Obviously, Stillman and his bad leg.
I'm afraid
Mimicking Otacon. Otacon and his bad leg. Except in this game, it's a lie, a deception, like everything else. And I guess he also hides in the locker, similar to Otacon, during the Fox fight. Cypher with the 9 months. Thank you. Burning Z with the 4 months as well. Cheers. Fury Hots. I'm not sure if I thanked you for the 64. Thank you. DJ with the 16. Setzer with the 13. Thank you. Cannon Spikes with the 5. With the $5. Thank you very much. Cheers, everyone. Again, I'm like 40 minutes behind thanking all these people. Sorry, guys. I guess I just get caught up with showing all the shit in this game. Time kind of flies. There's some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one.
Freeze!
Just give this guy a little spank. Not close enough. Still not close enough. Oh, I was just about.
Raiden, there's a possibility that C4 was planted indoors as well as on the roof. Go inside and confirm this.
So with regards to Emma, well, Emma is the Meryl stand-in during the gameplay sequence with her. Yeah. And there are quite a few parallels. But I guess she also stands in for Wolf. Her death scene mirroring Wolf's death scene, where we even get the flashback to Wolf. That's my least favorite thing about that scene, actually. When Otacon, when we get the flashback to MGS1 and Otacon says, "I'm always the survivor." I feel like that's a bit too on the nose. We don't need Otacon telling us that he's always the survivor in order to gain, more sympathy. I feel like they go a little bit too far. Yeah, okay. We don't. I already felt sorry for the man. Didn't need to remind me. Didn't need to be so overt with reminding me about what happened in MGS1. But yeah, I guess she's the stand-in for Wolf, and she also has Nastasha's codec frequency. But I'm not really sure how she stands in for Nastasha. I guess she stands in for Otacon as well. That would be the main one. She's the scientist character that that we encounter, who developed the Metal Gear of this game in a way. The GW system, which is at the core of Arsenal Gear. So I think she mirrors Otacon in that way. But I'm not really sure how she mirrors Nastasha. Like, she doesn't really serve as a weapons expert or... Well, I guess, yeah, like, she's the information expert, which could parallel Nastasha being the nuclear expert. You know, this game isn't really about nuclear weapons as much as it's about information. Or, you know, while nukes and nuclear weapons were the focus of MGS1, information and information control is the focus of MGS2. So I guess, yeah, in that sense, we could see Emma as resembling Nastasha. That's probably why, anyway. Can you not call anyone early before you actually meet them in this? I'm not sure what you mean, but no, I don't think so. Raiden is a Meryl stand-in, yeah, to a degree. The VR, we were talking a bit about this earlier. The VR-trained soldier who has no previous experience. Obviously, that's not true entirely, but it's what we're led to believe, and he does take that Meryl role. And you get the very direct reference when Snake says, "What are you waiting for? Shoot," in the scene with Pam. I don't get this Stillman thing. My mind doesn't compute. What, with his bad leg? That'll be explained later, so you don't need to. You won't need to think too hard about it. Okay, let's get to the next bomb. Just gonna throw that chaff one side to distract him.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Stillman is trying to pass something to Fat Man and fails miserably. He feels responsible for the sins of Fat Man. The whole trope of passing on shit. Yeah, it's the big theme of the game. Legacy and the legacies we leave behind. You have all these sort of parental relationships in this game, but they're not biological or genetic. But they're still spoken about as if they were almost, you know. Stillman seeing himself as a father to Fat Man. Solidus seeing himself as a father to Raiden. Emma and Otacon being brother and sister, but they're not blood related. They're stepsisters. Stepsisters, stepbrothers.
There's somebody there.
It's all about characters who are molded and shaped by others. Ooh, where are you going? You're going all the way in there? What? Oh!
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
The real interesting thing to me about the whole legacy theme and this is that it was something that Kojima was trying to achieve within his own life as well, with passing the series down to his team. It was one of his major goals with this game. The story of the game was reflecting what he was trying to do with his team, where they would continue to work on the series after this, and that they would go on to make MGS3 and do their own thing with it. Which is a big part of why 4 is the way it is. It's all about him dealing with the fact that he failed to achieve his goals with MGS2. And that's why 4 is all about these characters who really failed to grow. All the characters kind of regress in that game.
Put simply, bomb disposal is a one-on-one with fear itself. Don't try to run away from it. Instead, acknowledge the fear and take it straight on.
MGS4 is really on the nose. I think there's plenty of subtle stuff in MGS4, but yeah, I'm really just not a fan of the overblown melodrama in that game. That's the main thing that gets to me, you know, like Naomi's death and all the stuff with Meryl and Johnny and, you know, Mount Snakemore and Liquid Ocelot's fake Fox Die, his Fox Die fake out, and yeah, just the drama and the tone in that game. I'm really not the biggest fan of. That's my main issue with 4.
About this bomb, it's been placed in a somewhat strange location.
Agreed. It doesn't make sense. Not for him, anyway.
You sound like you've got everything figured out.
That's because I do. I know exactly how his mind works.
Stillman, tell me something about Fat Man.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. And soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently, he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head, the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal, at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunked out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with Nest, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit. It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
What exactly?
You got me, but Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start. Having been ousted from Nest, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming notorious for being a motley crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from Nest. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
All right. Thank you, Stillman. Let me just make sure I'm not behind on thanking people. Meryl's Pixelated Breasts with the $1. Thank you very much. Martian with the $25. Thanks for the marathon, 3Dog. Kill Rose early. I'll try, Martian. I'll try. Thank you. Lucas with the 42 months as well. Thank you. Burning Z with the 4. Cypher with the 9. Cheers, guys. I mean, we may as well call Rose.
Jack, do you need to save?
How cute.
Now that Martian brought her up. Have there been any new theories on the bugs in MGS2 since the last marathon? People can't get enough of these bugs. We were talking about it at the start of, at the beginning of the Strut A sequence. I don't think so. No new bug theories yet. But I do like that idea that they are just symbolic of GW, like the plant symbolizes the filtering of information.
I looked up information on Fat Man. Fat Man, the emperor of explosives. You've already heard how he manufactured an atomic bomb at the age of 10. He appears to have been known throughout the world of explosives since he was a child. He entered the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at Indian Head and graduated at the top of his class. That's around the time that he met Stillman. He was assigned to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. He quit soon after, though. After that, he joined Dead Cell as an explosive specialist. He's been there ever since.
Thank you, Rose.
Raiden, log into the node first.
Yeah.
Notice how boring her calls are in comparison to Snake. They both serve the same role here. Another interesting thing as well is it's so much more of a pain to get the information from Rose. When you call Pliskin and ask him about Dead Cell, he tells you straight away. When you call the Colonel and ask about Dead Cell, Rose says, I have to go and look it up. Call me back later and I'll tell you. And then when you eventually do get the information from her, it's just boring ass Wikipedia stuff. You know, where Pliskin is talking all sorts of shit. Supposedly he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me he's just a fat man. You know, we don't get any of that shit from Rose. Just flat bullet points.
Rosemary researched Fortune for you.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Thank you, Rose.
Raiden, how is Pliskin doing?
Looks like he's doing fine.
Stillman said it too. There's something strange about that guy. Don't let your guard down.
Understood?
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the big shell sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
Thank you, Rose. But yeah, it's interesting. It's very... I think it's the only instance of this happening in the series where two characters will have the exact same role as a member of your support team. You know, where Snake and Rose are both there to give you the same information on Dead Cell, just background info. So it's just kind of interesting to contrast the different approach. Is there a weapon specialist? Snake serves as your weapon specialist in this. Oh shit. I was reading the chat there. I wasn't looking where I was going. What about the idea of Snake being a bug? I mean, sure. And you do see a bug crawl out from underneath Snake when you first meet him as Pliskin. So yeah, maybe there's something else going on there symbolically. It's all like, it's to show that Snake, that's the same person that was at the bottom of Strut A. But I do like that idea. But I also like the idea that Snake is an intended part of the simulation. What am I going to do about you? Wait, I already fucking grabbed the M9 here. Again, I'm going off previous experiences here. I didn't need to pick up the M9.
Freeze!
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Freeze!
Who's there?
What's going on? Respond.
I'm gonna cheese it up. Speedrun autopilot. Yeah, I am right. I've been completely molded by my VR training. Okay, go.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view. You should try it too.
First-person view. So if we think about Raiden as being a real person who exists in this universe, he's not looking in first-person view? Just like normally? Does Raiden live in third person?
Why are you late with your status
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts. Looks like Pliskin shouldn't be having any problems. You better look sharp as well.
Stillman, do you really believe that Pliskin is not a member of SEAL Team 10?
He's probably not.
Then exactly what is he?
I'm not sure. But there are other things that I am sure of.
Like what?
Like that I can believe in him, that's what. There's something about him. A certain something that's found only in men of strength, trustworthiness, and reliability.
I see. Anyway, I'm getting back to the mission. Stillman, are you all right over there?
Yeah, no problem.
You must be bored.
Hardly. Between dealing with you guys and calibrating this, I've got my hands full.
What did you say?
Nothing. Look, it's just that it would be best if we didn't have to use this. Anyway, get to those bombs. By the way, Wright, did you happen to see the technician that came down along with me?
No, I didn't.
I see.
Wait, Stillman, is that guy really...
Raiden.
What?
Disposing of the C4 is our first priority. There's no time. Get back to the task at hand.
Right. Gotcha.
Kind of interesting that Snake doesn't really want Raiden to think for himself either. At this point. You know, he's manipulating him as well.
Discretion is a key when taking on a bomb. A degree of caution that taxes your sense of meticulousness. Don't confuse this with cowardice, as it is the extreme opposite. Carefully conduct yourself with a courage that ensures you get the job done right.
Snake knows he's just a puppet. Yeah.
Listen up, Raiden. No matter what, don't be impatient. Impatience is questionably the one state of mind absolutely guaranteed to seal your fate when defusing a bomb. No matter how the situation presents itself, you must never lose your composure. Understood?
Anything else, Stillman?
Bomb disposal is also a race against time. The slightest hesitation can lead to a loss of time and inevitably lives. Don't do anything rash. Focus yourself on being fast and efficient.
Well, we don't really need to be fast, though, do we? Not now.
When dealing with a bomb directly, the only one you can depend on is yourself. Don't count on anyone else. Foolishly doing so will bring death upon you. Believe in yourself, and you'll be all right. Equipping yourself with Sensor A will bring up a...
Exactly.
All right, I think we can move on. Ciphers here can be really awkward.
Be careful, there are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay. That's not strange at all. How about we pick up the claymores? Usually I just run through here carefully. But let's pick up some claymores this time. Why not? I never realized Raiden just automatically assumes it's a man there. I guess that's subconscious of the player too. Yeah. Again, being shaped by the memes of Shadow Moses. Maybe that's why so many people don't cop on to the fact that it's Olga as well. Like, it should be, well, maybe not fairly obvious, but, you know, you have the accent, you see that flash of her face. But yeah, maybe that's a part of it too as well, or you just have it in the back of your head that it must be a male character. Because you've already experienced it. Okay, we have a few guys to take out here. One there. One there. One there. Take out the camera. Ah, fuck. Sen Gaming, what's up?
That pistol you have is a SOCOM. It's a .45 caliber offensive handgun designed for the American Special Ops Command. With 12 rounds of .45 ACPs, it has outstanding stopping power. The SOCOM has a minimum service life, averaging over 6,000 rounds, and has a 5-round group capacity that extends within a 1.4-inch radius. It's a bit large, but the SOCOM is a gun you can trust. It also comes equipped with a laser aiming module. A suppressor can be attached to the SOCOM to silence gunshots. You should try to find one.
That or the voice sounds like a man's? Well, yeah, but, you know, sure, it's been pitch altered and it's lower. And everything. But the accent is still there, and the accent is still pretty clear, I think. And there aren't many other Russian characters in the game that have that accent. But, yeah. Hold on one sec, guys. I find it weird that neither Raiden nor the Colonel ever consider the possibility of Mr. X being a follower or protege of Gray Fox, or an enemy trap adopting this pretense. Wastes potential. But I guess But for that to then lead to the fact that she is just a stand-in, would that be satisfying or interesting, I wonder? Like, obviously it makes sense that the Colonel wouldn't theorize about this because the Colonel is the Patriots and the Colonel knows exactly why Olga is here. You know, the Colonel knows everything. So there's no real reason for him to wonder about these things other than to throw Raiden off course. But yeah.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Yeah, and of course it's interesting that the next character we meet after getting that call with Mr. X is the woman herself. So the accent might even be fresh in your mind. And to follow it up with the big flip as well. Showing her ninja moves.
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
All right. Oh.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
She told by the Patriots to pretend to be the ninja? Yeah, she's just following the Patriots' script. She's just playing this role in order to save her child. Her child's life depends on Raiden's success here.
Oh.
Ooh. Hello.
What's that?
Interesting thing about the ninja as well in the Japanese version. When she repeats lines that are word for word taken from MGS1, they actually play MGS1 dialogue, which is very surreal and unreal. You know, when she says, "I'm like you, I have no name," it actually plays the audio from MGS1. Which just makes the character seem even more unreal. Like, how is this possible? How is this happening? Yeah, I really like how it's a suit as well. You know, she's not a real cyborg. Again, fits with the theme of everything just being a facade. Everything being a setup. Just mimicking, not real. Not a real ninja, not a real Grey Fox, not a real cyborg. Costume.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back. Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman. Olga Gerlukovich, daughter of Colonel Sergei Gerlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander. She's the leader of Colonel Gerlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gerlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man.
Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats?
The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The colonel took these men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world, hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned a rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the colonel's back in the old days of the Soviet Union. In any case, Olga inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with. She was born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date.
You sound like you've met her.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her.
Interesting, drawing some parallels between Big Boss and Gerlukovich there.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building, and then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
What? You guys don't like that scene? I really do like how it ends, though. That abrupt finish. What? Back to the mission. Back to the game. Oh, that was close, actually. I like Rose. Leave Rose alone. Now, I do actually genuinely like a lot of the Rose calls. I think just when it goes for the really big moments, that's where it fails. When it tries to be really emotional, oftentimes it fails to achieve the desired emotion. Like the empty room call and the big confessional scene in Arsenal Gear. Those are some of the weakest parts of the game. For me, anyway. Oops.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Again, I think a lot of those scenes work better in Japanese because the voice acting is better and Rose doesn't sound, you know, Rose's crying and emotion sounds a lot more real in Japanese. This is our first mission failed, isn't it? I think it is. So, this screen is kind of interesting, isn't it? It's a little bit different to what we saw on the tanker. Just a little bit. No longer do we have the classic game over screen. On the tanker, we get the classic MGS1 game over screen with the classic music. But here, we get this weird thing. And it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. All these things that you see underneath continue and exit, all these random numbers and letters, they're actually not so random. These are your stats. It's code for your stats, like arm strength at the top there. Fairly obvious. Your grip level, your grip gauge. Prudence, 17. That's your save count. Ammo used, 165. So all the ammo that you used. 165 points, 165 rounds. I don't know. ALRTNUM alert number. Alert number 9. So I have 9 alerts. NUET 11 neutralized. That's 11 kills. DMGA MMOUNT, that's damage amount. However the game calculates damage. I don't know, 240 points of damage. After that, we get camera coordinates, camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. Area moved, 150. I think this is the amount of times that you went from area to area. The amount of, moving from area to area. How many times did you move from one place to the next? How many loading screens did you go through? And vanished point, I think, is area designation. Like, I think right now we are in W192. That's what this area is coded as. I'm not sure what the other ones are. I always forget. Onikomoto. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if these stand for anything. But they probably do. I can't remember. I'll have to look this up again. I think those ones on the top right always stay the same. But that's the gist of it anyway. Dog tags? I don't think so. I don't think so. But yeah, this is GW. This is like GW, one of GW's programs that analyzes Raiden's performance. And the mission failed thing is especially interesting because MGS1 says game over. The tanker says game over. But there was a game that was released in between MGS1 and 2 called MGS VR Missions. And when you fail in MGS VR Missions, it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. So what does that suggest? MGS1, game over. Tanker, game over. MGS VR Missions, mission failed. Plant, mission failed. So you have these uncomfortable, lingering questions about, the nature of this mission and how real it is. Again, just blurring the lines between what's real and what isn't.
Freeze!
Fish and mail. That's why the screen goes all crazy inside Arsenal Gear at the end of the game. Because the virus is affecting GW. The same reason behind why the kernel is going crazy. The virus affecting GW. The kernel is GW and so is that screen. Okay, strut D. Let's try and get crazy here. Oh, I'm on extreme. I can't do the strat. I can't do the strat because their vision isn't good enough. That's a shame. Let's see what happens here.
Nothing here.
Oh, Zoko with the 73. Thank you. We can still get down to this guy. Nice. Go. There's one less guard as well, I think.
Huh?
Ha!
What was that just now?
Nothing.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And a church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my lie so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Diffuse my own sins. Really, Kojima? Ah, you asshole. Oh, just ignore your buddy then. All right. I love Stillman's voice acting. I really like Greg Eagles. He's the same guy who plays Gray Fox in MGS1. I'm not really too crazy about that scene though. I feel like they could have. I feel like it would have been better if we actually met up with Stillman again and they animated that confession scene. There's just something about getting it in the middle of this bomb disposal on a codec. I feel like it could have been done better. Let's call Stillman again. We can get a follow-up.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Yeah, maybe because we have, you know, we only just met the character as well not so long ago. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it really still could have worked if it was delivered during a scene or something. I don't know.
Stillman, how you feeling?
All right. It's been a while since I've run, though.
Guess that means it's also been a while since you've run out of breath, huh?
Are you accusing me of something writing?
No, I didn't mean anything by it.
No, I should be condemned.
Wait, everybody makes mistakes.
This really sounded like you
the
did mean
reasons
something
behind
by
those
it.
mistakes that become the real issue.
What do you mean?
The reason that bomb exploded, and the reason that I was saved, is because I was confronted by fear and I couldn't handle it. Halfway through disposing of the bomb, I succumbed to that fear. And when I realized what was going on, I had turned around and was running away from the bomb. The one who paid the price, however, wasn't me. After I regained consciousness from the shock of the blast, the first thing that my eyes met were the corpses of children crushed under a pile of rubble.
Stillman.
Yet, what do you think I felt at that time? A sense of relief. Relieved that it wasn't me.
Oh.
That's not all. At the time, I was known as the top bomb disposal technician in the United States. And to someone like me, who had neither a wife nor children, that reputation was everything. I didn't want to lose it. That's why I lied about losing my leg. Ran away from the responsibility that was mine. Closed my eyes to the victims. Stirred up the sympathy of the public.
All right, Stillman, that's enough. For now, let's just worry about what we're going to do about Fat Man's bombs.
Yeah.
The awkward delivery of that last line there. Yeah, I love, no, I didn't mean anything by it. The hypocrisy of Raiden, of course, as well, calling him out for these lies. I think Rose will have something to say about it as well.
Jack, is that you? I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
Everybody's fucking lying.
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of Strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back. I just got a call from Pete. He made it to Shell 2. I guess he really can run.
Pliskin.
I'll take good care of Pete. Don't worry.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah. Remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid, you're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. Shoot a fire extinguisher and the contents will spew out. It's probably a good way to distract the enemy. If you ever find yourself under pursuit, give it a try. Necessity is the mother of invention.
All right, cheers, Snake. Actually, let's do another save call. Just make sure we're up to date.
What can I do for you, Jack?
I love you.
I want to hold you in my arms.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
Jack, is that you?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Hang in there.
Get real.
You're all over the place, Raiden.
What can I do for you, Jack?
What a psycho.
Hey, Jack. I bet bomb disposal's a lot like starting a relationship.
Oh, here we go.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Carefully dismantling emotional defenses, being on your toes constantly, you know.
I guess. Neither of them are my strong point.
It's true that you're not the most patient man in the world.
It's not that. I like to leave things as they are.
Are you afraid of what might be hidden inside?
Not afraid, just unwilling to deal with complications.
Like me?
You're...
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Do you know why I took this job? I wanted to see what you were really like.
But we've been together a while. You know me already.
No, you never let me in past a certain point, and I need to know what's there.
Oh, are you trying to take me apart now?
Hey, it's not important. Good luck, Jack.
His laugh there is pretty good. There's one call I'm really looking for here.
Jack, do you need to save?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
What? I can't believe this. What are you wearing?
Well, it's a disguise.
A disguise? What kind of disguise?
Well, I was hoping I could use it kind of like camouflage. You know, fool the enemy into thinking I was a box.
You'd have to be an absolute idiot to be fooled by that.
Yeah, maybe. But there are more idiots in this world than you think.
You mean like you?
What?
Never mind. Anyway, good luck. You'll probably need it with that stupid box on your head.
You mean like you? Poor Raiden, man. Just getting owned by everyone. The cigarettes one is pretty good, too.
Jack, is that you?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
By the way, Jack, are you smoking?
Yep.
I thought you quit smoking. Why did you start again?
There are lots of reasons.
Look, I'm only thinking about your health, okay? Remember the last time you quit, how hard it was?
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Wasn't it? So you should
I've got it, Rose. I've thought of a way to avoid all that pain and suffering.
What are you gonna do?
Keep smoking.
Jack!
Just kidding. I know it's bad for me. I'll quit as soon as I get back.
I love the sound of him taking a drag there. It's so over the top. All right, I think we're good to go. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we still need to get a ration. Oh, yeah, there are no enemies here at this time when we come back. I don't think so, anyway.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
Let's just make sure I'm up to date with the Colonel's calls.
It's possible that...
I see.
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
Keep in mind, Raiden, that this is a covert mission. There's a lot of them and only one of...
All right. How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Raiden, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Raiden, move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
Let's go! Get out of my way, Cypher.
Freeze!
Ah! Go. Interesting how they don't play the music outside here. But I do kind of like when you get back in and the music kicks back in. Has a cool effect.
Raiden, Bliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Get real, Stillman. Look at how all this is set up here. This is different. All the same stuff that was here before. But it's all been rearranged. Forklift is in a different spot. All the crates have been rearranged. Interesting.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Hold on. What's the backstory for this guy playing Stillman? If the real one has been dead, just a pawn in the simulation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. That's the real Stillman.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jeff, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well...
Looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
About the, someone asked there about the hostage, if he was actually shot. I don't think so, no. I don't think there was any hostage that was shot. It's just a lie. The Colonel putting more pressure on Raiden. Seeing how he copes with the stress of it. Just another part of the S3 plan. Quite evil when you think about it. Just all the different levels of manipulation going on. Just pure control. Manipulation. But yeah, when we talk to Ames later, he tells us that he didn't hear anything about the hostage getting killed. And it could be that Ames just didn't know, you know? Because he's just there tied up as a hostage. Why would he know about it? But the fact that they bring it up again and the fact that he says that he didn't hear anything about it really makes you wonder, you know? Especially considering everything that the Colonel tells you. You know, the Colonel has a habit of lying about most things, about pretty much everything. So yeah, it seems likely that it's just another lie. Ah, the bug. You should see a load of bugs here on the floor, but HD collection issues.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me, like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Here we go. Vlad, how's it going? Kinda want to try something here. Fuck.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inner rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Probably gonna die here.
What good are you?
I'm gonna die. Yeah!
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
I had to shoot at her just to show the reaction. I didn't want to skip the scene either. Fuck. Fortune's line there, you know, when she sees Raiden and when she sees that it's not Snake and she says, "You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?" I feel like that's a subtle callback to how Mantis was able to see into Snake's past. I see that you have suffered the same trauma. Maybe not, but that's kind of how I see it anyway. It just reminds me of Mantis in MGS1. You know, she looks at us and she can tell something about our past. She knows us in a way. She knows that we have a dark history. Foreshadowing Raiden's history in a similar way, I think. No!
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, Raiden.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, Raiden.
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, Vamp.
Now! Now! Damn!
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Vamp.
I can't die twice.
You are hamming it up as the tragic hero, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence. You couldn't get enough of the drama. Alright. Oh! What? I was in the box. You're not allowed to do it when I'm in the box. Alright, I'll take it. Go. Love how the timer waits for us to get to the top. Even though we were told that it was 200 seconds before the last scene. Very strange that they don't play that after that scene. Where's that quote from? The end of MGS2. Ocelot talking about fortune.
Freeze!
Ocelot literally refers to her performance as being hammy within the story of the game. However, I don't think if you watch the Japanese version of that scene, the voice acting is much better. Her crying sounds a lot more real. And just her performance in general sounds a lot more real. But at the same time, it is supposed to be very melodramatic and very heightened, which is what Ocelot is referring to, I think. But I guess it still kind of works in English, given that her performance is pretty hammy. But, yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna get seen here. Yeah. It's okay, though. We'll get out of it. Love how the bomb is just there in plain sight, just toying with us.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Is he Dead Cell?
I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and the worst. Can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time. And life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I can become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
Let's do it. Let's give him a head start.
Get a move on. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Ooh. I wasn't paying attention at all there. Where did he put that?
Look, your favorite. Explosive. 20 seconds left.
Shit. Oh, I'm fucked.
10 seconds.
Ah, it's under it. Yeah, I'm dead.
Right, come in. Right.
I love his cackling there. It's an interesting sort of inverse of the Raven fight. With the same layout. And I guess Fat Man and Raven are both the heaviest characters in both of their games. Raven isn't really fat though, he's just a fucking animal. And Fat Man doesn't really have to turn corners like Raven. He can just go all over the place. Oh!
Where are you hiding?
I'm going easy on him here. I really should have got him there. Ah!
Here's one for you.
Where the fuck is it? It's over. It's over. Oh, it's not over.
What's wrong? Little foxhound not up to the task?
Oh, nice! So if you shoot him at the last second, right as he accelerates, you'll get this animation, which is unique. He'll go flying like that. And he'll sit up differently. Sick. Ah!
That was close. It's time to get back to Bob. Oh! Oh!
The double. Shit. I think it could be over. No, what? Ah!
Look, your face.
It was here. It's over. Ooh, 30 seconds. Maybe not. That's pretty generous. Oh, I'm on extreme. That's why. Yeah, I forgot. If this was European extreme, it'd be like 12 seconds. Maybe a bit more than 12. Where's the fucking last one? Let's get some of that health back. You're running out of spaces.
Bob, it's time to get back to Bob. 30 seconds, and it goes boom.
Ah! Okay.
Free.
I didn't finish that one.
Look, your favorite.
Shit.
20 seconds left.
Oh! Let's get that health back.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
All right, where could it be?
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look. Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
Really? Okay. Guess we could try it.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the central core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell, too?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
What? Peter Stillman. I remember picking this tag up when I was a kid and being so confused. I was like, what? Fat Man is actually Peter Stillman?
Jack, is that you? Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right. You saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
So, to get that call, you have to have done the 3 calls before that during that last sequence where we had to freeze this bomb. And you can only get that call where she tells you to freeze it during the last 10 seconds. And you have to have done the 2 calls before that as well. So it's really easy to miss this one. Dean Blue with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Love how he's still breathing here as well. If we trank him. Like, they didn't have to do this. In order for the character to register as being alive in the stats, you know? But kind of weird that they do this. Because he is supposed to be dead, canonically. Take a look at his manicured fingers. We can kill him here, yeah. You passed with flying colors.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lalilulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify it. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke-capable vehicle of Shadow Moses Infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
All right. So now we're back on track. We've completed our exam, our bomb disposal exam, and now we're back to MGS-1. Our next task is to meet Ames, DARPA chief stand-in, and then on to the President, President Baker stand-in. And once again, it's worth bringing up the Japanese version and the Japanese voice actors, because if we were playing the Japanese version, Ames would have the DARPA chief's voice actor, and President Johnson would have Baker's voice actor. So they take it that far in the Japanese version. How come we don't do MGS5 anymore? DMCA reasons? Well, there's also Peace Walker that we haven't done. That we didn't do for the last marathon and that we're not doing for this marathon. It's just really so we can take it easy. Doing 5-day marathons every month is pretty rough. So what we're going to do from now on is 2 3-day marathons followed by 2 5-days. So next month, the marathon will be on my channel, and it'll be a 5-day where we'll do Peace Walker and 5, as well as all these games. And then the month after that, we'll be back on this channel, and we'll do the same thing. Another big 5-day. And then the month after that, we'll be back to 3-day. And then another 3-day. And then 5-day. And so on. So yeah, just so we can take it easy a bit, you know? 3-day marathons, they're not too bad. They're pretty easy to get through. in comparison. But yeah, just so we can keep our sanity. Better for the body and mind, you know, because we've been going pretty hard on these marathons every single month. And 5 days every month, just non-stop MGS. Definitely a bit rough. You know, because we don't really get time to do anything else when we're doing these marathons. You know, as soon as we wake up, we barely have time to get ready before we have to take over, usually. And then once we hand the game over to another streamer, we need to be sleeping pretty shortly afterwards. You know, get a bit of food, head to bed, wake up, quickly get some food, start playing. Eat, sleep, Metal Gear, repeat. So yeah, 5 days of that every month is definitely a bit much. It's definitely a bit much, I think. So yeah, best to mix it up with these 3 days. What do I want to do here? Let me call Pliskin a couple of times.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right? I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it. I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry. And quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
Love how he gets really offended there. Once again, Raiden filling in that Meryl role. I think the Colonel should have a few calls here as well.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and find...
I agree.
Raiden, make contact with Ames.
Colonel, should I really believe what he says?
The fact is that there is no other option, unfortunately for us.
I'll understand once I go to see him then, right?
Shell 1's core has extremely tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to infiltrate the section. For a proper disguise, select the enemy field uniform you receive from the ninja. This will allow you to blend in. But you still need one...
I see.
Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover.
Probably, yeah.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion. A perfect disguise can be ruined by a single odd behavior. Be careful.
There's one call I'm looking for here.
If you make physical contact with the enemy while in disguise, the disguise will be deselected. Keep that in mind.
That uniform's probably not even close to your size.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it feels pretty tight.
It's probably a better fit for Rosemary here than you.
Excuse me?
Colonel?
Just an observation. Let's get back to the mission, shall we?
That was inappropriate.
Ground Zeroes be included in the 5-day marathon? Yeah, of course. All right. Just an observation. Hold on one sec, guys. Oh, also, let me just make sure I'm up to date. Base Twitch with the $15. Had the urge to give you some money just to say thank you for all the entertainment over the last 6 years. Thank you so much. Base Twitch, that was like 10 minutes ago. I hope you're still there. Thank you very much, man. C-Star with the 16 as well. Thank you. Sekiro with the 200 bits. Thank you. Fab with the 4. Hey, Deathly Death. I don't think I thanked you either for your 5. Thank you. Anyone else I'm missing here? Let me go over all these names just to make sure. Resident Snake, pretty sure I thanked you, but thank you again. Handstock with the Prime sub. Zoko with the 73. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry if I didn't miss anyone along the way. I don't think I did. Cheers, guys. Alright, so next I want to go and grab the camera. Ooh, can I still get on with if the box is fucked like this? I'm not sure if he'll see me if I jump on now. Go.
Nothing here.
Alright, let's take a quick stop here. Grab the camera. The camera is a necessity for the Shell 1 core, as many of you know. Okay, now just wait for this guy. I'm not sure where he is, so I'm just going to wait for him to walk past. Oh, I cranked him. I should be good. Go. And I'm not playing on European Extreme, so he stays asleep for a few minutes. Not used to that. Why did I do that? Oh, that was silly. Alright. Just go. Just go. Crazy the amount of damage you can take. That almost reminds me of when I first played this game. I used to always get fucked up on the bridge by these ciphers.
Return to your positions. Tighten security. Understood. All units exercise extreme caution.
Okay. Let's just chill here for a bit.
Find yourself an AK. You have a level 2 card in your possession. Go and search the warehouse in Strut F.
Colonel, Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't trust him.
What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up. Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy. You will carry out your mission alone. Do you understand?
Colonel, who's that person Ames?
I checked the roster of Secret Service members serving the president. There was definitely a person on the list named Ames.
So what that ninja said then was not a lie after all.
As far as the roster goes, no. Rose, do you have any other information?
All right, I'll look into it for you.
I'm counting on you.
Kind of interesting that Raiden doesn't know anything about Ames. He read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, apparently, which is all about Ames, but has no idea who Ames is. A little bit of a plot hole, but it's really pretty insignificant. I think he really just mentions it so to draw the player's attention to it. Although it does tie in nicely with the Colonel's reaction to it. Or rather, you know, to understand the Colonel's reaction to In the Darkness, you kind of have to know what happens in it. So it's more than just a little nod so the player might be intrigued.
All personnel, return to your stations.
But we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Quickly now.
Looks like you've got an AK. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's Corps are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's Corps.
Sci-Tech with the 73. Thank you very much. Ooh, I thought I was going to get spotted there. We can get another call about the AK, I think.
So, you've got an AKS-74U. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK,
More
you can pass
extensive
for one of
version
them.
of the call.
The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability, as evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions. The AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel. The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Thank you, Snake. Some DRK porn there. Anything else, Pliskin?
If you shoot those pipe...
I agree.
Yeah.
Jack, do you need to save?
That's so cute I can't bear it.
See ya.
Not a chance.
I just want to follow up on this Ames call.
Raiden, don't act in any way.
Yep.
Raiden, Rosemary has a report for you on Ames.
Jack, it's about Ames.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, only that there's nothing to find.
What?
There is not a single record, let alone his social security number, address, or background. I couldn't even find Ames' gender, age, or full name.
What does that mean?
All I found out was Ames. Just that one word.
Even still, Ames is our way to the president. We'll have to make contact. Head for floor B1 in the core of Shell 1.
I remember I was thinking of something interesting related to that call last time, and now I can't remember. You know, why there is no information. You know, there obviously is information, loads of information in the darkness of Shadow Moses. But, I guess that's not permitted. Rose isn't allowed to read that. That's uncensored information that managed to slip through. Ooh. Oh no! What was that? So sloppy. Almost fucked that up as well. Wow. Jeez.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
Yeah, I think people always laugh at that line. The president needs you, I think. It's supposed to be kind of sarcastic. You know, the president needs you, I think. Could we stop this? Could we move along? I don't think he's genuinely supposed to be wondering there. I don't think he's genuinely thinking. We're like, you know, the fucking president needs you, I think. That kind of vibe. Could we move along? Chop, chop. SOCOM suppressor, finally. More Konami eyes. Creepy. Book. Ooh, we still need to go back to the bathroom and do the book call. We'll do that a little bit later. C4, lots of goodies. Did we get to that call that was re-recorded yet? I don't know. There are quite a few calls that are re-recorded. A lot of the tutorial dialogue was re-recorded. Alright, Easter egg heaven. This place. Well, not just this floor, the shell core in general. Lots and lots of Easter eggs. Lots of little details, little calls. Keep out. Authorized personnel only. So this is the entrance to Arsenal Gear. The Arsenal Gear outline here. Get to see where the ninja jumps down from here up in the pipes.
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell is it? It's not in our intel.
Right. We have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
Interesting. Justin TV, social section, 2009. Look at this guy, what a player. Two on the go at the same time.
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
Something tells me that line doesn't sound that awkward in Japanese. Just a hunch. Must be a super freak. It always sounds weird when they use the word freak in this game, like when Snake calls the ninja a costumed freak. Can you trust that costumed freak? I have a feeling those lines are maybe a bit like overly literal or something. They sound really awkward. Blood-sucking freak. That one doesn't actually sound too strange to me. Must be a super freak. Alright, let's grab this mic, shall we?
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello.
This guy. This guy is an Arsenal Tengu in training. That's what I think. Such a chill area. Let's wait for him to come back around. Oh, he's going around again. Okay. He should stop for a break next time, I think. No, we can't listen to them talk, unfortunately. No? Now he's stopping, okay. That was a good few laps, though. Fair play. I love that waking up animation in this game. The way they kind of vibrate. Now the stretches. And off he goes again.
Freeze!
Don't shoot!
What the hell happened?
Nothing. We're all good. Anthony J. Barrett.
Freeze!
Mo!
Mo! Roland with the 69. Thank you very much. Also, Rill with the 3 months. Thank you.
Freeze!
Oh, I didn't mean that. What? I hope I don't kill this.